What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the rebranded, post-modernized electronic juke joint. I got all of those damn antiques out of here. They were kind of outdated, kind of obsolete. And in fact, I think that damn RCA radio I used to have back there was like probably racist or something. But yeah, actually had a discussion with my manager this morning. Pictured here, Wendy, that's her. Yeah, we actually talked about revamping the show a little bit, modernize it, you know, trying to appeal to like a wider audience. So with that being said, let's do a little bit of blues music now. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. Time on my hands to be time spent with you. Laughing like children, living like lovers, rolling like thunder under the covers. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. Sonny Boy Williamson on the harp there. That's all I know of that one. I just learned it. Okay, let's see how this rebrand is going down with y'all. Let me see here. Let's see if we attract a wider audience. Who are you and what did you do with our Ed? Mickle Montrolls at Optical Delusion. Hello from Pompano Beach. Am I on the right channel? Okay, well, I take it y'all aren't liking this rebrand too well, you know. Would y'all like the old shit back? This isn't working. Me and my manager, Wendy, pictured here, you know, we talked about this, and I guess she was wrong about it. Well, it worked for Cracker Barrel, didn't it? Okay, y'all want the old shit back? Okay, yeah. Let's break this kayfabe here. I can see. Guitar tuner. Tear this fucking shit down. Is this what you backwards ass hillbillies want? Here we go. All right. Back to the old, outdated, fucking hillbilly bullshit. Okay. Steve-O says, now for some John Henry. All right. This song's probably sexist and racist as fuck. Let's play it anyway. Well, hell, I gotta retune. Widen out the camera angle. Where's my back end lights?
was a little baby boy. You could fit him in the palm of your hand. His papa cried out this lonesome farewell. Gonna be a steel driving man, Lord, Lord. Gonna be a steel driving man. John Henry climbed up the mountain, and he looked down the other side. The mountain was so tall, John Henry was so small. He laid down his hammer and he cried, Lord, Lord. Laid down his hammer and he cried. John Henry walked through the tunnel, had his captain by his side. The last words that John Henry spoke to bring me, cool drink of water before I die, Lord, Lord. A cool drink of water before I die. John Henry told his captain, I wanna go to bed. Well, fix me a pallet, I wanna lie down. Got a mighty roaring in my head, Lord, Lord. Got a mighty roaring in my head.
Okay, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Had to do a little bit of trolling there. Keep trolling. I'm gonna readjust this camera. All right, let's get the background music started here. See what kind of comments we got here. Let's see. George says, aloha everyone, great to see y'all. What's up, man? Let's see. Ed Sinrise says, geez, scared the shit out of me. That was pretty damn funny. Jeffrey Albertson says, you could read Shakespeare and I'll still watch. Joe says, thought I was on another planet. Jeffrey says, Rowdy Roddy Piper. Yeah, I bought this shirt last year. Well, see, to wear this heavy-ass turtleneck, I had to put a damn, like a thinner shirt under it, right? Maxwell says he was perfect just the way he is. Ordway says, fun stuff. Let's see. Detroit Piston Rock says, I just watched the beginning. That was great. That was funny as hell. Let's see, Ciro Marcillo says, very good. Ron says, that was a great intro, brother. The woke agent picks were hilarious. Of course, that's in response to, you know, Cracker Barrel taking all the fucking antiques out and stuff and changing their logo. Let's see, Pardelian Papillon says, hello from Transylvania province, Romania country. What's up, man? How are you doing? Hello from South Carolina. Maxwell's World says, never listen to that nut again. Stephen Shooty says, hey, brother, what you drinking tonight? I'm still on Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Well, I'm going to have to consult with my manager, Wendy, pictured here, as to whether I'm allowed to drink on the program anymore, but we'll see. Yeah, fuck it, we'll have a drink here. Probably got some piss beer in the fridge, and yeah, let's get started with a little shot here. Joe says, yeah, that's sad. J1 says, thought you had just got back from the cracker bucket. What do we got here? Daryl Tilley says, hello from Jacksonville, Florida. What's up, man? How you doing? Hello from South Kakalaki. Okay, I got some Johnny Walker Red here, Scotch, and I got some London Beefeater. Y'all tell me which one. Gin or Scotch? Maxwell's World says, like I said, never listen to that nut again. She don't know none. I have bad management. Jeffrey says, I was waiting for a Marcel Proust or a Jean-Paul Start reading. I'm for that too. Jean-Paul Start. Oh, like a poetry reading. George Ordway says, I was about to ask for some early angles. I need to walk to the beer store. Okay, get votes for Scotch. Mackenzie Collins Scotch, Ron Scotch, Maxwell Scotch. Okay, everybody's saying Scotch. J1 says pine tar Scotch. Well, the pine tar would be in the fucking gin, I believe. All right, let's do a shot of Scotch here from the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Where'd it go? Steven Shooty says, you kidding about drinking on YouTube? No, you didn't see the intro, did you? Ordway says, enjoy. All right, here we go. Let's see. Let's learn a new cheers, Mr. Papadilian Papalon. What is cheers in Romanian? He says, I need a 50-gram Johnny Walker. He says, Norok. All right, cheers, Norok, Nazdrovia, L'chaim, Prost, all that good stuff, down the hatch. And he says, Sanitate. Here we go. Pretty good stuff. I had some Johnny Walker Black last night at the gig. He says, in Norge, I skull. I think he means in Norwegian. Yeah, that's skull, yeah, in Scandinavia. Get a little bit of air conditioning here. I can't wait to go back and watch this stuff later. Like later tonight. I'm just here to kick ass and chew gum, you know. Smoke this cigarette, might play another song. Ron says, I only got 55% corn liquor and beer tonight. Hey, that'll work. That'll get you there. Jeffrey votes Scotch. Let me get me a beer, actually. Get my turtleneck all dirty. He says, might be bad tomorrow. He's got corn liquor and beer over there. Yeah. All right, the damn silver bullet. You can tell I'm getting cheap. Papa DeLeon says in League, Gypsy is Adalobactolo. Yeah, damn it. There we go. Ron says, I have a Coors Banquet. I think I got some Coors Banquets in there. He says, hot as hell here today. Yeah, it's kind of humid today, like here. It rained and stuff. Celsius in my house. That sounds pretty hot in Celsius. Do I have a thumb pick? Gotta be one somewhere. Total professional up in here. Got all my shit together. There's a great big mystery, and it sure is worrying me. This Diddy won't Diddy. This a Diddy won't Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy won't Diddy mean. Had a little girl about 4 feet 4. Said, now can I have some more? Yeah, old Diddy won't Diddy. Old Diddy won't Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy won't Diddy mean. I got out and I looked around. Said, now mama, who's in town? Mr. Diddy won't Diddy. Mr. Diddy won't Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy won't Diddy mean. I went to church with my hat on the seat. The girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Diddy won't Diddy. Mr. Diddy won't Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy won't Diddy mean. I said, sister, I'll soon be gone. But give me that thing you sitting on. That Diddy won't Diddy. That Diddy won't Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy won't Diddy mean. But then I got put out of church for talking about Diddy won't Diddy too much. Mr. Diddy won't Diddy. Mr. Diddy won't Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy won't Diddy mean. Piedmont style blues there, aka ragtime guitar by Blind Blake. One you probably want to warm up for a while before you play, actually. Daryl Tilley says, which is your favorite guitar? It's hard to pick a favorite. I've been liking my SG a lot lately. Favorite acoustic, is probably the one I got there, like I just played. Let me see. Not Visible says, hi, Ed and friends. What's up? Steven Shooty says, 70 degrees here in Colorado. Okay, Abby's jealous. Says it's 6,200 feet. So over a mile high. Ron says, he really does love the resonator, but lately he's been seeming to love the open body electrics. yeah, I mean, you know, I got these hollow bodies, like they're good for finger picking. That's why I mostly use them on the show. Like the flatter guitars, like the damn, you know, the pick will wear away the finish and stuff. I would hate to like finger pick on that damn SG. What we got here? Let's see. Get the music back going. He says, starting off with Impossible Blind Blake. Mad respect, man. I appreciate that. Ordway says, any chance spelled incorrect? Cocaine? Looking for the words? Shit. Born Joker says, play what you feel. You can't go wrong. Ron says, nice flex there, Ed. Loved it. J1 says, Diddy Wah Disney. Greenberry says, hit the like button. Y'all hit that like button, that subscribe button, all that good stuff. Ron says, they sound great for all kinds of different styles. Yeah, I love a fucking hollow body. You can make them feedback too. I like some feedback. Scott Whitaker says, what's up, Ed? Where's the corn liquor? I got some here. I got some that's totally legal. Some legal Carolina spring water here. Ron says, wow, that shine really awakened my senses. Oh, you just hit some? This stuff here is like extremely smooth. Ain't been no fish fucking in that Carolina spring water. Ron says, had a shot with yours. Lord, I'll be catching up with you soon. Destination Unknown says, do you like Sun House? Oh yeah, I like me some Sun House. Let's play some shit. Let me stop my music here. Don't forget your super chats are much appreciated. That's kind of like the tip bucket around here. I'm basically busking here. I don't put ads on these. So, yeah, just a $sign right below the chat there. I would appreciate those a lot.
Got a letter this morning out of you, Regnant Ray. The gal you love is dead. I got a letter this morning out of you, Regnant Red. Said, hurry, hurry, baby, that the gal you love is dead. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase and I took out down the road. By the time I got there, I was late on a cooling board. Well, grabbed up my suitcase and I took out down the road. By the time I got there, baby, she was laying on the cooling board. Looked like 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. I didn't know her love, I never began to let her down. 10,000 people were standing around the barren ground. Didn't know I loved her, baby, but they began to let her down. You know, I leaned in real close and I looked down in her face. Won't see the good old girl again to Judgment Day. Well, leaning real close the good old girl again to Judgment Day. So hard to love someone don't love you. Don't look like satisfaction, and I don't care what you do. Well, so hard to love someone don't love you. Don't look like satisfaction, but I don't care what you do. Love don't fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, love's hard don't fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, I woke up this morning, feeling around for my shoes. Well, you know by that, baby, I got the walking blues. Woke up this morning, feeling around for my shoes. Well, you know by that, baby, but I got the walking blues.
Son House right there. One of the original Delta Blues people, influenced Robert Johnson a lot. Ron says, laughing my ass off. Yeah, this stuff must have come straight from a mountain stream. Well, the water for it did, actually. Greenberry says, Roddy Piper and Ric Flair brought mayhem to hotels on the road. Hey, I bet they did. They were both a couple of crazy motherfuckers. Ron says, smooth as glass. Ordway says, thanks. Julian Santaguita says, hey Ed, thanks for having me on your live stream. Can you do some blind Willie McTell, please? All right. That means I got to pull out the 12 string and tune that for 20 minutes. But yeah, we'll do that. Scott Whitaker says, nice job. Nice, great job. I saw the picture of you at Robert Johnson's gravesite today in a video that I watched. Pretty cool. Can you play a little Robert Johnson? Okay, we'll do some Robert Johnson and some Willie McTell. Mackenzie Collins says, damn fine job, appreciate that a lot. Eric Blaylock says, I'm digging that t-shirt, much respect. I had to buy it like when I saw it online. Oh yeah, the Roddy Piper t-shirt. Ron says, that was in the groove, Ed. He said, boom boom please. All right, so we got 3. Let's see here. Yeah, guess I better start tuning that 12 string. Damn it. Pretty close, actually. Ron sends me Canadian $6.99, says, thanks, Edward. I appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you very much for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all can tip me by going to that $sign down there. Throw a tip in the bucket. I got to tune down to drop D here.
Wake up, mama, turn your lamp down low. Well, have you got the nerve to drive Papa Mac till your door? Mother died, left me reckless, but daddy died and left me wild, wild, wild. Mother died, left me reckless, but daddy died and left me wild, wild, wild. Well, I ain't good looking, but I'm sure some sweet girls ain't a child. She's a mighty mean woman, do me this way. Mighty mean woman, do me this way. I'll leave here, I'm going back to the States. Once had a woman sweeter than I'd ever seen. Once had a woman sweeter than I'd ever seen. Treated like a king and she was doggone queen. Big Eddie left Savannah, you know he didn't stop. Should have seen that fireman when he got the boiler hot. Well, reach over in the corner, bring me my traveling shoes. Know by that I got the mistakes of her blues. Mother tell your sister, sister tell your auntie, auntie tell your uncle, now uncle tell your friends I'm going up the country, baby don't you wanna go? Might take a fair bride, I might take a one or two more. Mama, sister got 'em, auntie got 'em, friends got 'em, brothers got 'em. I got 'em, well, reach over in the corner, bring me my traveling shoes. Well, you know by that I got the Statesboro blues.
There's a blind Willie McTell right there, a Piedmont blues singer. He was from about 50 miles up the road from me in Georgia. I'm in South Carolina. They got a festival over there every year in Thompson, Georgia. Not Visible sends me $5 in a super chat. I'm looking so forward to your channel. Thanks, Ed. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Like I said, super chats are the life of the show. Now let's see, we had a request for Robert Johnson and we had one for Boom Boom. And I'll be damned, I forgot to cut off the background music. Sorry about that. Let's see. A little bit of Robert Johnson.
Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. It's hard to tell, it's hard to tell, but all your love's in vain. All my love's in vain. When the train rolled up to the station and I looked her in the eye. Well, when the train rolled up to the station and I looked her in the eye. I was so lonesome, I was so lonesome, but but I could not help but cry. All my loves in vain. When the train is at the station, there was two lights on behind. When the train at the station, there was two lights on behind. Well, the blue line was my blue, and the red line was my mind. All my love's in vain. Ooh, Willie Mae. Ooh, Willie Mae. All my love's in vain. All my love's in vain.
Robert Johnson right there, covered by the Rolling Stones. Ron says, not visible. Did you mean that you're in lockup? Am I not? Okay. I thought he was saying he couldn't see me on here. Julian Santaguida says, if I had to choose a custom car, I'd go for the car from the movie Grease. Destination Unknown sends me $5 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that a lot. Let's see, super chats are much appreciated. There's some boom boom. Got to get the amp going. Got to hook up a guitar, actually. My manager, Wendy, pictured here, like actually told me that guitars were old-fashioned, and when we did the rebrand, I didn't bother setting up my electric. So, let's see. Pick would be nice. All right, let's do some John Lee Hooker by request. What happened to my reverb? Fuck with this camera a little bit. Let's get it down there. Okay, there we go. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my house. Drive you in my car. I love to hear you talk, but that baby talk. Mm-hmm. 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 How, hey, hey.
Gonna shoot you right down, right on to your feet. Take you home with me. Drive you in my car. Take you to my house. I love to hear you talk with that baby talk. Mm-hmm. 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 How, hey, hey. Boom Boom by John Lee Hooker. That was a hit for him way back, probably back, I think back in the 50s that came out. Buzzing amp. All right, I got a few super chats here. Let's see, Eric Blaylock sends $5. He says, keep up the great work. Thank you very much for that, man. Let's see, Greenberry sends $5. He says, that's worth $5. Thank y'all very much for those. I appreciate those super chats a lot. Those do help me out a lot there. Ron says, hell yeah. Julian Santaguida says, yeah, ZZ Top, LaGrange. I think Billy Gibbons wrote that song, More Cowbell. No, that's for the Blue Oyster Cult song, Don't Fear the Reaper. Ron says, that was sick. Appreciate that. Not Visible says, nice Epiphone. My first bass was an Epi. Yeah, I got a few Epiphones, actually. I got that Riviera. I got 2 Rivieras. I got the Lucille back there. Ron says, you killed it. Cool. Appreciate it. Yes. Smoke me a little cigarette here. Born Joker says, yeah, that's the Christopher Walken version. There wasn't no cowbell in it. It would work, you know. Boom, 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 boom. Julian Santaguida says, oh, that was John Lee Hooker. I thought it was ZZ Top. That's because LaGrange kind of sounds like John Lee Hooker. Sounds a lot like Boogie Chillin', actually. Greenberry says, I'm going to have a little cigarette, too. Bet it's one of them funny ones, huh? Smoke them if you got them. Y'all got for me tonight? Talk to me, people. Let's hear from y'all. Let's do another shot, actually. Since Ron is stuck with corn liquor tonight, I'll do a shot of that with you if you want. We'll put it up on the table. I got a bottle of Jameson's Irish whiskey right here, and I got a bottle of totally legal mountain spring water from South Carolina. Y'all tell me which one, spring water or Jameson's.
Born Joker says they make shit funny. Steve-O says funny cigarettes here with Mackenzie and Swan. Ron says I was at a craft beer and liquor festival today. That sounds cool as hell. Wish they had one of those around here. Julian Santaguida says Irish. Steve-O says Irish. Scott says corn. Ron says tons of free samples and the best liquor around. Let's see, the Filthy Jesus Experiment says, any chance of Preaching Blues by Robert Johnson. Boom Boom sounded awesome. I can do the riff from it. I don't know the words to it, but I can do a little snippet of it for you. Destination Unknown says spring water. Ron says corn. Julian says, how'd it go, Ron? A lot of people. Michael Montrol says water. Not Visible says corn. So let's see what... I believe corn winning now. Okay. Yeah, all right. We'll do the mountain spring water from South Carolina. Where's find my ashtray here. All right, in the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. All right, Skull, Prost, Cheers, L'chaim, Nasdrovia, all that good stuff right down the hatch with the Carolina spring water. Sometimes really clean spring water gives you a funny face. Some smooth stuff. Born Joker says Ron Swanson for president. Ron says, yeah, tons of folks. I bought some craft beer up there. Papadillion says, how old is JW? Johnny Walker? That what you mean? It doesn't have an age on it. It's just a red label stuff. It's blended scotch, you know. Born Joker says, yeah, I remember 25 years ago they were just getting $500 for a jar of the good stuff. I imagine nowadays it's priceless. Shit, my dad, he used to get it in like gallon milk jugs for like $25. That's like 20 years ago. Nick, let's see. Nick Lyde says, top job, Ed, Orkney Island, Scotland. Oh, cool. The beer I liked a lot called Orkney Skull Splitter. Scotch ale. Not Visible says, I used to get peach shine, mason jar, $5. Night Soul says, what's good, Ed? Nothing much, just hanging around, you know. And Jamie Ed says, hey, from Australia, it's 11 a.m. Sunday, having a beer and ciggy myself. Doing some house stuff, listening to blues, now having a break, watching you. What's up, man? How you doing? Hello from South Kakalaki. Greenberry says, I got some Redneck Riviera from Tennessee by John Rich. Yeah. Dr. Brown says, your thumbnail with the Cracker Barrel logo, Chat and Blues, made me laugh. Cheers. Did you see the start of the show? That was the funny part. Taking all the fucking antiques out of Cracker Barrel. Fucking sucks. That's the only reason I ever went there. You know, I mean, the food's not phenomenal, really. It's just old, you know, it's basically old Southern, like, comfort food or old grandma food and stuff, you know. Fried chicken fried steak, stuff like that. If you don't live in the U.S., Cracker Barrel is it's kind of a weird restaurant. It's got a gift shop attached to it. First thing when you walk in, you go through the gift shop, right? And it's got all these, you know, trinkets and novelty items you can buy, like old-fashioned candy and stuff like that. And then you go in the restaurant, and there's antiques everywhere. There's just old rusty stuff like from a farm or something, and it's kind of meant to evoke the feel of like an old general store in the country or something. And they're taking all that out, they're modernizing it and shit. It sucks. It's basically going to be like Denny's now or something. Rad Dude says, Ed, long time no see. How you been, man? I'm pretty good. How you been doing? Dr. Brown says, I missed it. I just got here. Go back and watch the beginning. It's funny as hell, I think. Greenberry says, I thought the food was good. They had some good shit. I mean, it wasn't nothing like, you know, that you would like splooge in your pants over, but it was, you know, it was like decent comfort food, basically like country food. Julian Santaguida says, I was blown away from the John Lee Hooker song. It almost sounds like ZZ Top. What song was that you did? It's called Boom Boom. And JD Shellnut says, hey, I got a buzz. All right, I'm working on one. Eric Blaylock says, cheers from Tennessee. What's up, man? Cheers from South Kakalaki. Ron says, stupid woke CEO. Yeah, right. You could look at her and tell. Greenberry says, crap on the walls is for sound deadening. Talking about it, the Cracker Barrel. Shit always looked cool. Like I like the fucking antiques and stuff they had in there. Born Joker says that some of those little signs are worth over $500, so I can't imagine why they're getting rid of them. Yeah, I might need to like go cozy up to my local Cracker Barrel manager if they're getting rid of the antiques and try to get some of them. Rad Duke says, I'm good. Here's a little something for you. Not Visible says, Ron. Yes, Night Soul says, eating seaweed chips. I love it. I've tried those. Not a big fan of seaweed, really. Ron says, I thought the start iPod, your show made the statement well. And Dave Whitley says, I'm incontrovertible. Scott Whitaker says, they may change your mind. It's Cracker Barrel. They've already lost. They may change their mind. They've already lost $100 million in value. Yeah, their stock crashed and shit. Ron says, I'm solidly buzzing. He went to a beer festival today. He probably had a few. I know if I was at one, I'd have a few. Scott Whitaker says, I meant to say change their mind. Yeah. Rad Dude says, I got something really for you. Funny. Okay. Let's hear it. Michael Montreuil says, probably just got sold to a hedge fund. Julian Santaguida says, I thought it was LaGrange. I heard a little bit of ZZ Top in it and a bit of Billy Gibbons solos. It looks like I'm staying at my grandfather's house longer. Yeah, I mean, LaGrange does have like a John Lee Hooker kind of rhythm to it. Dr. Brown says, I got some cool stuff with TG Fridays modernized. TGI Fridays modernized. I even got the license to sell liquor sign. Oh, you got some stuff from the restaurant when they modernized it. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I might have to go up to the Cracker Barrel and make friends with the manager. Greenberry says, who keeps crackers in a barrel? You know, back in the old days, like 100 or 150 years ago, I guess, like any kind of thing they packed in bulk would be in a barrel. Pork, crackers, whatever, you know. It wasn't just for like whiskey and wine and stuff. Oscar Paul says, good evening, everybody. What's up? Oh, yeah, let me see if I can do that riff. Oops. That riff from Preaching to Blues. Don't know the words to this. Ron says, yes, score some antique swag. Born Joker says, canning everything and packing the way we know it today all came from a modernization that was necessary during World War II. Yep, pretty much, yep. And Julie in Santa Guida says, I haven't been to an antique store in a long time. I don't really go to them. Like, I got enough shit, like enough old stuff hanging on the wall here. Christy's in the house, says 47 watching now. How you doing? Michael Montrol says 50 now. I guess my rebranding worked. We're getting a wider audience for our brand here. If you didn't see the beginning of the show, like, please go back and watch that. It's I think it's funny. I haven't rewatched it yet. Like, let's see. Let's see. Filthy Jesus Experiment says, thanks, made my day. Cool, man. George says, any ZZ Top in you? Yeah, I can probably do some ZZ Top. All right. Not Visible says, love your slide. I try to be good with that thing. Jamie Ebb says, just bought myself a Southern Jumbo this week. What a guitar. Yeah, I don't think I've ever owned a Jumbo acoustic. Like, I'd love to have one of these days. Played a couple. Keith Peterson says, alone from Pompano Beach, Florida. What's up, man? How you doing? Hello from South Kakalaki. Dave Whitley says, garden party, Rick Nelson. Ron says, that riff is cool. Yeah, he kind of like nicked it from Sun House and kind of sped it up and shit, made it more intricate. And Christy says, I'm pretty good. Dave Whitley says, Gar need bikinis. Ron says, oh, it was damn funny. Eric Blaylock says, this shot is for you. Thanks for being around tonight. Oh, cool. I'll take one for you just a little bit later. Christy says, gonna go watch the beginning. Julian Santa Guida says, that Robert Johnson version of Preaching Blues, I like it. Kind of a Sun House bounce to it. Might need to know the words so you can do it on your own do it on your live stream. Yeah, I probably need to do a video on that one. Rad Dude says, did you see what I said? I might have missed it. Let me see if I can go back up here. I don't think it's on here. I didn't see it. Huh. Christy says, you look Chinese. Let's see. Let's do some ZZ Top for George Ordway. Oh, she's talking about the beginning of the video. All right, ZZ Top. A little more overdrive here.
said, Lord, take me downtown. I'm just looking for some love. Take me back, way back home, not by myself, not alone, yeah, yeah. I ain't asking for much. I said, Lord, take me downtown, I'm just looking for some love.
I think it's buzzing like hell. I think that guitar's not grounded right. But yeah, I can't sing quite as high as Dusty Hill, so but yeah, some tush right there. Ron says, Christy, just to choose share, and Copy's giving her some instructions there to share stuff, I guess. And she says, fuck yeah. Let's see, Julian Santaguita says, fire, tush, ZZ Top, fire. Appreciate that. Christy says, it'll keep. Ron says, plays Billy like walking down the street. Ron says, that was crazy, man. Appreciate it. Born Joker says, we don't take credit for ending something that should have never been done. Enough. Jamie says, hell yeah, this song I didn't know. I needed to hear right now. Killer. Appreciate that. Ordway says, I ain't asking for much. Greenberry says, yeah, you got a goofball in the chat, Ed. I got mods in here, so I can, Smoke me a cigarette. Kind of a goofball myself, or like, like a semi-troll sometimes. Eric Blaylock says, that was awesome. Cool. Appreciate it. Greenberry says, turn the punch bowl. Yeah, there's a couple of fools that'll come in here sometimes, Graph Storm says, I've been listening to ZZ Top early stuff, Beer Drinkers and Hellraisers. I played that in a cover band like probably 10 years ago. I didn't sing it though. Let's see. Born Joker says, sometimes we just want to express how we feel. Christy says, well, my favorite is Rhythmine. Rhythmine. Ordway says, Christy, great to see you again. Been a while. Ron says, I didn't see anything in the chat that rises to the level of me doing anything. Christy says, the whole damn album. ZZ Top. Oh, okay. Rhythmine was a ZZ Top album? That's one that slipped me there. Trace Hombre's really good record. Fandango. Graf Storm says, at practice today we jammed on a ZZ Top theme. It was fun. I mean, like Billy Gibbons was, he was like really tasteful in his lead playing and stuff. Like I like the way he plays lead with them 7-gauge strings. George Ordway says LaGrange might play that later. Greenberry says Billy Gibbons underrated. He's a great player. Christy Bush says great to see you, Mr. Ordway. I mean, Billy Gibbons, like he started in a band called the Moving Sidewalks, kind of a psychedelic band. They opened for Hendrix for a while. He became friends with Hendrix. Then he joined ZZ Top. My dad saw him before they had those long beards, like way back in the 70s. Graf Storm says, I play 8-gauge strings, very much like. Yeah, that's a little too thin for me. I'll do 9s on some guitars. Splash says, hey Ed, good to see you. What's up, man? David Whitley says, the 12-string story man. Ron says, Billy is regarded as one of the best blues players in our era. That's probably true. Yeah, like one of the best modern blues musicians. He does some really good blues licks. Born Joker says, thank you for sharing your music with us. You're amazing. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. Christy says, his new solo stuff is fire. Yeah, I need to hear that. I haven't heard it. Splash says, why don't you grow a beard? Well, I'll tell you why. I can't. Like, my shit grows in as a goatee. It's kind of trimmed up right now, but I don't grow hair on the sides of my fucking face, and I'm 42 years old. I could not grow a full beard, like, to save my life. SD says, saw them on Eliminator tour. So that would have been about 1980, sometime in the 80s. Dave Whitley says, no chops. Eric Blaylock says, seriously, my wife Julie and I are digging this evening with you. Cool, I appreciate that. Glad y'all are enjoying it. Christy says, plenty of chops. Greenberry says, it's the Indian blood. It may be like... My dad's side of the family, his mother, like they were all some kind of Indian something or other. They were like they were called Black Dutch. Okay, basically Dutch or Germans possibly that intermarried with Indians. They all they're all kind of swarthy, got straight hair. I wish I'd inherited that. Most of my DNA is from British Isles and stuff. Graf Storm says, listening to Billy and ZZ on second Fandango album, Raw and Powerful. That's a good record there. Christy says, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Blaylock. Mike says, I'd love to hear you do Charlie Patton's High Water Everywhere. I'd have to learn the words to it. Yeah, High Water Everywhere was written about the same flood that When the Levee Breaks was written about, actually. A flood that happened in the Delta in the late 20s, I believe. And it's a 2-part song. Like he played the song on both sides of a 78 record. Dr. Brown says it's the Homer Simpson beard. I'm the same. Yep. Pretty much, yeah. I got a Homer Simpson thing going on here. Hot Rod says, think Stevie Ray Vaughan's a better bluesman, I guess, compared to old Billy Gibbons. Greenberry says, that's me, Indian and Dutch. Time for a shot. Okay. Fuck it. let's do a shot. Okay. By request. A Hot Rod says, I think Stevie Ray... Oh, I just read that. Ashley Dale Kelly says, hi, everyone. What's up? How you doing? Ron says, SRV was definitely a few notches better. Yeah, he was faster, definitely. Like, he had more, power in his guitar playing. Okay, shot by request. What are we gonna do here? Let's shoot out Scotch and Irish. All right, Jameson's Irish whiskey and Johnny Walker Red Label Scotch. Y'all tell me Scotch or Irish. Hang on, missed a few comments here. Splash says, in your opinion, what makes a song blues? Minor, major mix, minor seventh, the lyrics, 1-4-5 chords. I mean, it's kind of hard to define, like, because not all of them are 1-4-5. Not all of them have like sevenths and all that stuff. Like it's just kind of it's a bunch of different factors put together, really. I wonder if I could come up with a rigorous definition of what blues music would be. George Ordway says, ZZ Top crossover from blues to blues pop rock. Graf Storm says, I wanted to play my US-1 guitar at practice, but it got sucked in by my Strat. Those seductive gits. Love me a Strat, my main guitar for most of my life, actually. Sebastian says, hey brother, made it in. What's on the go tonight? Nothing much, man. You should go back and watch the beginning of the show. Like, it was pretty funny. It did like a little thing at the beginning there. Trust me, watch it. Graf Storm says Irish. Christy says Irish. Splash says Jameson's for the win. Ron says Billy Strings plays 13s. That's pretty thick even for a fucking acoustic for me. So you got to vote for Scotch, Irish. Okay, mostly Irish. Okay, I believe Irish is going to win this one. Dave Whitley says Black Crowes Remedy. That's one I don't know. I used to play a couple of their songs in bands and stuff. Don't really know that one. Scott Whitaker says Johnny Walker. Ron says this a feeling. SD says we used to drive up the mountain where you could tune in X-Rock. Oscar Paul says, hey Ed, when's your birthday? It's like June 6th, a couple months ago. Ron says, you know it when you hear it. It pretty much like with blues. Eric Blaylock says, cheers, it's been a great night. All right, let's do this shot of Scotch here. Mike C says, I'd love to see you live, but I'm in Arizona. Yeah, haven't made it out there. George Ordway says, cheers, everyone. Alrighty, here we go. Into the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass. JD says, just sitting here, hang on, comments are going by fast. JD says, I'm sitting here plucking on a 1979 PVT 60, a fiddle ahead of its time. They made some good guitars, like especially like back in the 80s and shit. Chrissy says, when you feel it. Chrissy says, down the hatch. All right, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Skull, Prost, Nesdrovia, Norok. Right down the hatch, which is Johnny Walker Scott. No, that's Irish liquor. Yeah, Jameson's Irish whiskey. Scott Whitaker says, blues ain't nothing but a good man feeling bad thinking about the woman he wants. With what I don't know is a quote from the movie Crossroads. Oscar Paul says, down the hatch, let's see, Graf says, I've been fleshing out a cool, fun song with my drummer called Vampire, Funk, Blues, Punk, Shot Glass Rock. Sounds like that'd be interesting. Hot Rod says, to the Queen. David Whitley says, Black Crows, I was smoking like something bro this rocks. Or Christy says, the great Graf Storm. Ron says, Ed's funny tonight. Well, it could be the buzz. Splash says, to me, some bluegrass stuff sounds like proto blues, like it's got some of the scale notes, but not the swing and feel. Yeah, so Bill Monroe, who started bluegrass, who I met a couple times, like he was actually listening to jazz and blues back in those days, and he, a lot of Jimmy Rogers too, and he was kind of bluesy. He threw a lot of that in there. Born Joker says, if I opened a bar, I'd call it Shots and Shots. And Graf Storm says, do you actually have a PBT 60? Is it natural blonde? Christy says, hey Ron, where's the dad joke guy? Ron sends a link to my merch there. Yep. Got like an Etsy store. I'll go ahead and show it to y'all. If I can pull it up here. Yeah, we got the coffee mug there. We got the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. We got a pint glass for drinking beer. We got the t-shirt. Looking at putting some more stuff up there pretty soon. Y'all check that out. Lord, I'll be catching up with you soon. Ordway says, Ed just made the start tonight. Family Things Last Live. Still working on it. And Ron says, get the album. Yeah, I got some albums for sale. Ron links to that. Got 2 albums here on CD and downloadable at that website, the Bandcamp website. If the Creek Don't Rise, that's what you hear in the background right now, if you can hear the background music. And got my country blues album. That's mostly acoustic stuff there. Dr. Brown says, I stayed up all night wondering where the sun went when it dawned on me. Pretty good one. Christy says, where's the tip jar? Down at the bottom of the chat, like there's a $sign down there. And yeah, that's where you can throw money in the tip bucket. That's the super chat thing there. Also got a Patreon that Ron links there. Yeah, Patreon with exclusive content on there, ad-free stuff or early release stuff, downloads of MP3s. Splash says, y'all heard about Jesse Wells, really good singer, guitar player, and writer. I bet you would like that. I've heard of him. I don't know a whole lot about him. Born Joker says, okay, he's official. Christy says, this song is my favorite from his latest album. Yeah, that's the last song on the record there. It's called Old Man. Says, Splash says, Jesse sounds a lot like Bob Dylan. And Splash says, Christy's so true, even a little more polished if you ask me. As Sebastian says, hello, Christy, my dear. Good to see you. I hope you're doing great. All is well with me. And Christy says, I'm your Patreon. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, appreciate that. And Ron says, you can also use PayPal. Yeah, I've got PayPal link. Graf Storm says, back in 1980-ish, I purchased a PVT 60 guitar. That heavy-ass bitch worked my young body and hands. We all start that way, methinks. And she says, good. JD Shellnut says, yes, I have a 1979 PV. That I never owned a PV guitar. I played a few. Like I knew people that had them in bands and stuff. Sebastian says, yeah, that was a hilarious intro. Get us roaring laughing. Right. Yeah, if you haven't seen the intro to this show, like, go back and look at that. I think I might play one here. Splash says, "Hey Ed, are you planning on recording outside again? I love the nature sounds over old songs. Felt like it was supposed to be heard. If it cools down a little bit, I might do another one outside. Kind of hot right now." We'll do some Sylvester Weaver. This is the very first slide blues song ever recorded in the early 20s. It's called The Guitar Rag. Let me actually get a different slide here. I like this other one. Yeah, for this one. Shirt makes me look fat. Oh my god. Let's do some SRV. Fucking diet time again. Damn it.
with love in our hand. Now I see you out somewhere, won't give me the time of day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad. Remember the way that you love me. Do anything I say. Now I reach, kiss your lips, just don't mean a thing. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad. I really meant I was sorry for ever causing you pain. Showed your appreciation by walking out anyway. Oh, that's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad. Too bad, so sad.
Stevie Ray Vaughan, Cold Shot. Funny ass video, by the way. Christy says, you ain't fat, you just fluffy. Yeah, I got a beard gut here. Looks terrible in a white t-shirt, too. She says, woo. Graf Storm says, okay, I gotta play. Be back soon. Christy says, and on that note, she danced into her kitchen. I'll be listening to y'all. All right. Scott Whitaker says, yeah, like me some SRV. Splash says, what is the orange dial on your guitar? Let's see. I forget the name for it. It just changes the tone of it. Somebody can probably tell me the name of this thing here. It's pretty useless, actually. I mean, I keep it on 1. Like 1, it sounds normal. Turn the gain up a little bit. Baritone, yeah. Dr. Brown says a baritone. Oh, that's what it's called. You put it on 2, like it kind of changes it. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I just keep it on 1. Dave says, Frank Zappa, yo mama. I need to learn some kind of Frank Zappa song. Like, this shit's pretty complicated, though, for, like, one guy playing a guitar. Ron says, oh, wow, that was inspired. Appreciate it. George Ordway says, 4 days before anniversary of that morning when Stevie was named as deceased. Damn, that hurt. Okay, 4 days away from the death of Stevie Ray Vaughan, the anniversary of that. Yeah, that does suck. He didn't live to get, very old and stuff. Like, it'd be cool to see him and stuff, see him play live. Greenberry says, Ed never misses a note. That's the difference between him and others. Bullshit, I fuck up constantly. JD Shellnut says, this is so raw and amazing. Appreciate that, man. Splash says, okay, like an EQ. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Just kind of changes the tone a little bit. Ron says, I was digging 4. Yeah, I mostly keep it on 1. Like, when you change it on there, on that Veritone knob, like, it actually takes away some of your gain. Cosmic Sunbeam says, happy Saturday night. What's up, man? Jamie says, God, I wish we could get more blues guys like you in Australia. Have you heard of the 15-year-old Aussie blues kid, Taj Farrant, that's been in the U.S. for the past year? I've never heard of him. Have to check him out. But hey, y'all got Tommy Emmanuel. There's a guy right there that makes me want to, like, quit playing, like, every time I see him. Shit. Ron says, Death Day show. Might do a Stevie Ray Vaughan anniversary show. Dr. Brown says, it was an early version of a notch filter, supposed to reduce feedback, but no one liked it much. Yeah, I don't think people used them very much. Sebastian says, Bash's mom here. That was some amazing SRV tonight, gotta say. Thank you very much, Bash's mom. Appreciate that a lot. Dave Whitley says, the gator will duck under the airboat. Cut to the Chase Man says, speaking of blues kids, check out Sonorous. A bunch of kids doing killer blues. Look them up one of these days. Hot Rod says, well, it's late here and I have to see a man about a horse. All right, man. Well, you have a good one, Hot Rod. Yeah, doing the SRV on a totally inappropriate guitar, too. You need a Stratocaster for SRV, but I guess I made it sound halfway like a Strat. I think the secret with the Gibson is just, put the switch in the middle position where you're using both pickups, kind of makes it twangy. Lonesome Stranger says, top of the evening to you, Ed. What's up? Greenberry says, Horse with No Name by America. I don't really know that one. Not quite my style. She says, it's all about the delivery, my dear. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, I mean, you can just about get that Stevie Ray Vaughan sound on the Gibson, like if you like, just get the pickups right, basically. SD says, sounded great, appreciate it. Greenberry says, 2 pickups out of phase for the twang. Yep, just like a Fender. Sebastian says, still Bash's mom, by the way. Stax says, Shax says, they don't know how many wraps are on those pickups. Yeah, I have no idea what with those. I don't know if Gibson makes those Epiphone pickups or what. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business, and I'll be right back. I was gonna wear this shirt on the like the stream after Hulk Hogan died, but that wouldn't have been right, would it? Like they were like wrestling enemies and shit, right? They went at it for a while in the 80s. Ordway says, do you have a coontail? Yeah, I got one right over there. I'll grab that. Sebastian says, Sebastian's mom says, one of Sebastian's middle names is Vaughn. I have a soft spot. Oh, cool. Yeah, named him after Johann Sebastian Bach and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Shit. I'm kind of jealous. Like, my dad named me after Van Halen, Eddie Van Halen, and I barely know any Van Halen. Here's the coon hat here. This is the coon tail hat. You got to kind of put it off to the side like that so they can see the coon tail there. Yeah. They call me Ed Phillips, the wrestling fur trapper. Greenberry says, I put a meter on them or read the ohms and find out. SD says, Frank Zappa, why does it hurt when I pee? Greenberry says, I guess you could play Disco by Zappa. I always wanted to do like a cover of Yellow Snow. Ron says, how are you guys? Sebastian, Scott Whitaker says, Davey, Davey by God Crockett. Eddie Phillips, he trolled his own audience in the video. Chrissy says, hot tail Ed. Born Joker says, the trapper. Shaq says, guess I can't make the at somebody work, my bad. Jamie says, are you on Spotify? I understand if you're not. I couldn't find you. No, I'm not on Spotify. You can find me on bandcamp.com. To get on Spotify and Apple, I gotta pay a distributor to put the stuff on there, and I haven't gotten around to it yet. Some people ask for it. Might be a good idea to do it, you know. I got some serious hat head going on here. See, hats are for stuffing your afro. See? Ordway says Stevie had one on his stereo, a coontail hat. Oh, on his Stetson. Okay, I thought that was like a foxtail or like a fox squirrel tail or something like that. Frank Morgendorfer says, wow, Ed Phillips simultaneously wrestles bad guys while playing Sublime Blues. Well, I think Roddy, like, he pretty much was a bad guy, wasn't he? Yeah. Yeah, they put him up against Hulk Hogan back in the day. Lonesome Stranger says, you need your own Pandora channel. I've heard about Pandora. I haven't really looked into it. I've never like, listened to Pandora. A beer here. Silver Bullet, yeah, my least favorite classic rock band of all time. Yeah, Ron says time for another beer. Exactly. See, a Cosmic Sunbeam look like he's smoking him some. Jacob Jarzabek says, is your music on Spotify? Nah, not on there right now. You have to look it up on the Bandcamp website. Also got my albums on YouTube too. You can find them on here. Scott Whitaker says that coonskin hat comes with a shot of corn liquor, don't it? Yeah. Maybe. It might do a shot of corn liquor. Born Joker says, more maniacs than bad guy, really. Yeah, talking about Roddy Piper. Yeah, he was a crazy motherfucker. Sebastian says, I've hijacked Bash's YouTube here. Hello, Ron, my dear. Sipping rum, jamming along with the fellas. And that's Sebastian's mom there. I'll tell you what, I'll put rum on the table for the next shot here. What else? Rum, yeah, somebody said corn liquor. Okay, yeah. Bacardi Black versus totally legal South Carolina spring water. My light positioned here. Okay, there we go. Y'all tell me rum or spring water. Dr. Brown says, what is wrestler Ed Phillips' walk-on song gonna be? Oh shit. What would it be? Let me think here. Maybe like a Barney song or something. How many wrestling riffs can I do? Like, name the tune or spot the wrestler. Let's see. Ron says, nice. Born Joker says, spring water, stay with that whiskey. Greenberry says, don't mix the liquor, no rum. Ron says, sour mash. Jamie says, rum could turn things even more interesting. But rum never affected me all that bad. Like, you know, I usually mix it with shit. SD says, you know, in my opinion, mixed metaphors, not liquor. I'm drinking cactus juice tonight. Oh, talking about some damn tequila. Ordway says, after Stevie passed, many would hang coontails on their bodies. He might have got that from Ted Nugent. Like, Nugent used to have like a foxtail like hanging off his ass and shit back in the 70s. Lonesome Stranger says, shit, I just noticed you were wearing an Epiphone Lucille. I have one I never played. Pretty good guitar. Born Joker says, flawless. Ordway says, some still do. I believe Spring Water won that vote. Let's do some Spring Water. So totally legal Carolina spring water right here. Nobody can name the wrestlers associated with the two songs I just played. Anyway, here we go. L'chaim, cheers, Nozdrovia, skull, all that good stuff. Prost, right down the hatch with the Carolina spring water. What we got going on with the chat here? Dave Whitley says Menage a Trois reels. SD says I watched roller derby. Yeah, but I believe that was kind of like wrestling, wasn't it? I mean, I don't watch any modern wrestling. I mean, I kind of liked it back when it was a scam and shit. You know, like now everybody knows it's fake, and so it's just like watching theater or something. It was cooler back when they were like, you know, bullshitting people and shit. Resuscitado says, "What is up, Edward Phillips? What's up, man? How you doing?" Of course, like down here, you know, we used to have like Southern style wrestling, like wrestling basically, and it was like very fucking realistic. Like they actually were trying to make you think it was real, with blood and all this kind of stuff, and not very much in the way of like gimmickry. It's just like, okay, Ric Flair's fucking pissed off at Dusty Rhodes again, and they're gonna like settle their fucking differences and stuff. Wardway says, locomotive breath in you. All right, yeah, I'll do that in just a second. All right, Greenberry says smoke break. Ron says my moonshine face. This damn stuff here is like so damn smooth, like it doesn't even really give me the face. Like most moonshine kind of gives you that, like, you know, this shit is fucking smooth. I don't know if it's like maybe low proof or something, not quite sure, but it's like fucking water. Yes, D says, I knew an old wrestler. Those old school wrestlers had corrugated foreheads. Yeah, because they cut themselves so much. Yeah, all them gig marks. Jamie says Hulk Hogan was a loss. I was a Hulkamaniac when I was a kid. Yeah, that sucked when he died. Same week as Ozzy. Born Joker says, wasn't fake. They just weren't trying to hurt each other. They got hurt enough without trying. Right? Yeah. they got fucking, you know, fucked up a lot, like all those surgeries they had to go through and stuff. Ordway says Scotch. Scott Whitaker says, man, I watched wrestling when there weren't no music. My favorite was Ron Fuller, the Tennessee stud. So you saw that damn Memphis wrestling. That was some crazy shit. They got crazy in Memphis. Lonesome Stranger says that they used to hide a razor blades and cut themselves to make it more dramatic. Yep. Yeah, a lot of them old guys like have like just stripes on their forehead and scars. Resuscitado says, what's up, Ed? Blues brothers and sisters. I'm doing pretty good here. Oh, he's talking to the audience there. Cut to the Chase Man says, when I was an apprentice, the boys made a still, and it was the best damn bourbon I ever tasted. Y'all made like a full-fledged bourbon? Damn. That takes some work there. Usually, like when you got like a still at your house, you just kind of skip the bourbon part and just drink it white, you know. What do y'all got for me here? Speak to me, my people. I fucking love the 80s aesthetic of this shirt. Like, you know, you don't see t-shirts like made like this anymore with these like fringes and shit like this. It's like totally 80s shit. I had the fucking 80s red, you know, baseball jacket when I was a kid. Ron says, I tried a craft absinthe today. Damn, that's fucking cool. Yeah, got my bottle of absinthe down here. It's like a local, like, Canadian absinthe or something. Scott Whitaker says, you got any lightning Hopkins? I can do some lightning for you. All right. SD says, my bong is clogged. Get a pipe cleaner and clean that bitch out, man. Born Joker says, bourbon was discovered by accident after a fire burnt the barrels, and they had to use them because they had no others. The sugars that are released from burning wood is what flavors it. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, just a burnt-ass oak barrel. Ron says, yeah, the colors are great, too. Greenberry says, what's on the back of the shirt? Oh, nothing. His old Roddy Piper shirt. Just had Hot Rod on the front. So we got Locomotive Breath and we got Lightning Hopkins. All right, we'll do that. Smoke this thing here. Ordway says, any cult in you too? I don't really know no cult songs. The guy from the Cult like got on my bad side when he replaced Jim Morrison in the Doors. And I never forgave him for that. Resuscitado says, yes, sick shirt. Appreciate it, man. Scott Whitaker says, hell, that's a cool t-shirt. Even if it wasn't associated with wrestling, it'd be cool. Yes, it's got that kind of 80s thing going on. I've got like just enough memories from the 80s to have seen like guys wearing t-shirts kind of like this with these fringes and shit like that. Born Joker says maybe they discovered it by brewing a different liquor. I'm not really sure which one. It's just the way they age it, like the Bourbon County process. It's how they figured out bourbon, you know, just filtering it through charcoal to take the fire out of it, putting it in a burnt barrel, and all that stuff. Resuscitado says the back of the shirt has dust from all the poor saps that tried to duel it. Shit. Ron says, yeah, they knew about the concept from the Scotch and Irish history. All right, so rock and roll for George Ordway here. Let me cut my air conditioner off.
shuffling madness, or the locomotive breath. Was the all-time loser, headlong to his death. Well, he feels the piston scraping, steam breaking on his brow. That old car stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop going. No, it just slow down. He sees his children jumping off at stations one by one. His woman and his best friend in bed and having fun. Well, he's crawling down the corridor on his hands and knees. That old car stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop going. No, we just slow down. The silence howling when it catches angels as they fall, and the all-time winner has got him by the balls. Well, he's crawling down the corridor on his hands and knees. Thank God he stole the handle, and the train, it won't stop going. No, we just slow down. Slow down. No way to slow down. No way to slow down.
Jethro Tull. First album was a blues album, actually. Now let's do some Lightning Hopkins here. Probably need a thumb pick for this.
Bring me my shotgun. Lightning bound to go shoot again. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning bound to go shoot again. Shoot my old lady, she been running around with too many men. Bring me my shotgun. Load and a pocket full of shells. Bring me my shotgun. Load and a pocket full of shells. I'm gonna shoot my old lady, throw her down in that deep dug well. She said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. Lord, I just dare you to try. She said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. Lord, I just dare you to try. Only reason I don't shoot you right now, my double barrel shotgun just won't fire.
There's some Lightning Hopkins, the Texas bluesman right there out of Houston, Texas. Turn my damn air back on. James Barnes says, love some Lightning Hopkins. SD says, hey Joe, might play that a little bit later, all right. Born Joker says, empty both barrels and fly like the wind. Ordway says, put some jingle on the PayPal bucket. Yeah, we've got a PayPal you can donate to. Also got Super Chats I take, the dollar sign at the bottom of the chat there. Super Chats and PayPals are much appreciated. Kind of the life of the show here, you know. I don't put ads on these things, and that's kind of like the tip bucket, you know. I'm kind of busking here. Sebastian Halfpenny says, hey brother, it's me again. I'm back. Awesome job, man. Mom's making cookies. Cool. Yeah, she hijacked your account there for a minute. I didn't know your middle name was Vaughn. Like she said, she named you after Stevie Ray Vaughan. SD says next time. Taylor Langley says, can you do the riff to Ace of Spades, Motorhead? Yeah, probably, yeah. I think so. Scott Whitaker sends $4.99. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that super chat a lot, man. Dennis Troy says 38 watching, 57 thumbs up. Lonesome Stranger says, do you know any Willie King? Shit, I'd have to learn some of his stuff. I don't think I know none. Resuscitado says, you got my dogs thinking about life. Riff to Ace of Spades. SD says sorting things out. George Ordway says thanks for the Jethro Tull. SD says next time that shotgun fire. Sebastian says I got Leroy in the name too. Mom's pretty cool. Taylor Langley says hell yeah. Born Joker says legend. He plays it in double time. Oops.
Yeah.
My middle name is Alan, and nobody can tell me where the Alan came from. It's kind of like a random name. And my dad named me Edward after Eddie Van Halen, actually. George Ordway says, in the evening, Zeppelin in the shit, don't know that one. SD says, Tenement Funster. And he says, my new purple shoes. Like when I was in elementary school, I saw all these kids like going by their middle name, and so in like one class, just one class, the art class, like I told the teacher like, just call me Alan. And so in that one class I was Alan, and every other class in the school I was Edward. I don't know why I did that. Should have stuck with Alan. Like Alan's a cooler name, you know. I did not know when I was a kid either that being named Edward qualifies you for calling yourself Ted. I would have loved to have been Ted Phillips. Ron says Alan Phillips. It's actually spelled A-L-L-E-N. Let's see. Scott Whitaker says, I grew up thinking my name was Dammit. Yep, yeah. Same here, same here. Stop doing that, damn it. I'm gonna whoop your ass, damn it. Ron said stage name Ted Phillips. I always thought Wank Hilliams would be a good stage name. Ron says Wank Gilliams. Lonesome Stranger says Miss Mabel walking down the street, 2 slices of meat and neither fit to eat. Miss Mabel, let me be your hopping frog. Some lyrics there. SD says I know, damn it, Timmy. Sebastian says Teddy Bear Phillips, mom talking. Teddy Bear Phillips. We used to do like ZZ Top's version of Teddy Bear, that fucking Elvis song. You know, Rebranding, Teddy Bear, put a chain around my neck. Morning Star says, I'll be damned, Ed, you look pretty good for 2 hours in. Good to see you, brother. What's up, man? How you doing? George Ordway says, Theodore, gotta hit the beer store. Need anything? Yeah, get me a pack of smokes. But yeah, like a Ted can actually be short for Edward. I did not know that until I was grown, because Ted Kennedy's name was Edward Kennedy. And if I had known I could have picked Ted, I would have picked that like a long time ago. Ron says he looked a bit different at the start. Oh yeah. You should watch the start of the show, Morning Star. That was funny as hell. Born Joker says, those were the days when all you had to do was shake your crotch, right? Talking about Elvis, I think. SD says, give a good guitar. Morning Star says, 26th birthday in 2 days. Other than that, nothing much. Well, happy birthday, man. I don't remember much about my 26th birthday because I was probably like drunk out of my mind, or maybe even on other stuff. Who knows? Taylor Langley says, any more items to sacrifice to Sergeant Pepper? I got to get a hold of a figurine of old Garth Brooks or somebody like that, or Phil Collins. Yeah, we did sacrifice a little Jeebus figurine to Sergeant Pepper last week. I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, totally burnt. Ron says a sellout Edward was here. Yeah, right. Yeah, if you haven't seen the beginning of this show, like check out the beginning of the show. George Ordway says ZZ Top set coming up. Might do a couple of ZZ songs later. Frank Morgendorfer says Eduardo Felipe. Yeah, I could have done flamenco or something, right? SD says I dabble in art rock, so kind of close to prog rock and stuff like that, like King Crimson and shit. Born Joker says kill me, sacrifice Steve Winwood. Can we sacrifice Steve Winwood? I mean, I kind of like Steve Winwood, but like somebody sends me a Steve Winwood action figure, I'll do it. Yeah, that's the standing offer. Somebody send me an action figure of Garth Brooks or Taylor Swift or fucking Phil Collins or somebody like that, and I will sacrifice it to Sergeant Pepper with fire. Born Joker says, LOL, me too, just kidding. Morningstar says, nah, brother, drinking stopped being fun a long time ago for me. Tends to get my family put in handcuffs or ruin cars on a health kick. I think I might slim down soon. Like, when I hit about 220, like, I go on a fucking diet for a while. About there, get that fucking beer belly going on, you know. Always had good cardio, though, for a guy that smokes and shit. I can just about outrun anybody my age. Ordway says, Spirit Blue cigs. You talking about those American Spirit cigarettes? I bought a pack of those one time. I smoked them. I was like, man, there's not enough, like, bullshit in these cigarettes. I like fucking tar and, you know, cancer shit in my cigarettes. Resuscitado says, cheers, Ed. What's up, man? SD says, but you need to write some 5-minute pop songs. Right. He says, cardio and stretching will keep you young. Born Joker says that your channel is so underrated in comparison with your talents, man. I appreciate that a lot, man. Well, we tried to rebrand the channel and get a wider audience earlier. If you look at the start of the video, and nobody liked it, and so I had to bring back the old shit, you know. We kind of did like a Cracker Barrel style, you know, removing of all the antiques and you know, all that good stuff. Jamie says, got to get back to my housework, god damn it. Nice hanging out with you for the past hour or so. Any chance of some Lightning Hopkins before I have to go? Mike can do like She Ain't No Cadillac, but it's only got one verse. I can do that for you, alright. Kenneth G says, take care of yourself, brother. I'm in stage 4 melanoma, and I thought it was the smoking was going to get me. Oh, I feel for you, man. You just power through that shit, dude. Let me see. We'll do a little bit for Jamie. A song with one verse.
She ain't no Cadillac. She ain't no V8 Ford. She ain't no Cadillac, baby. Lord, she ain't no V8 Ford. Can't carry no load. I forgot the words and she's a goddamn whore. There's a little bit of Lightning Hopkins there. He had a wah-wah pedal on that song, kind of strange for a old blues guy. You can look it up on YouTube, like him doing it live. Ron says you should burn a Garth Brooks or a Billy Ray CD. Yeah, got to get a hold of an action figure. A Billy Ray CD might be cool. SD says, you're pretty good at the old-timey music, my friend. Appreciate that. He says, slow down with your solos. Yeah, I like to put a lot of notes in there on those blues solos. Scott Whitaker says, yeah, handcuffs and wrecking cars are no fun nowadays. We had the keys. We played cards, we drank corn liquor, we listened to Ed. Good times. He says, Albert King, is he in here tonight? I can do some Albert for you. All right. Ordway says, Ed, you ever noticed that the length of pop songs over the years, progressive rock was 4 minutes plus. I said, shit, prog rock used to be like entire albums and shit, like Thick as a Brick was the whole damn record. Like both sides. SD says, bring it down. Jamie says, awesome, brother. Thank you. Appreciate it. SD says, early 45s, 3 minutes. Morningstar says, you mean the video of him where he looks like a straight up pimp? That version? Yeah, right, yeah. Wearing a pimp hat and shit. Born Joker says, you played Danzig? I know some Misfits, probably. Let me see if I can do Albert King.
Born under a bad sign, I've been down since I began to crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have no luck at all. Bad luck and troubles, my only friend. I've been down ever since I was 10. Born under a bad sign, I've been down since I began to crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have no luck at all. Gold wine and women, all I crave. Big bad woman gonna put me in my grave. Born under a bad sign, I've been down since I began to crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have no luck at all. I can't read. I never learned to write. My whole life has been one big fight. Born under a bad sign. I've been down since I began to crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have no luck at all. Born under a bad sign. I've been down since I began to crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, baby. If it wasn't for real bad luck, wouldn't have no luck at all. I'm a bad luck boy. I've had trouble all of my days.
Some Albert King right there, played with the strings upside down, left-handed, with the thin string on top. Booker T from Booker T and the MGs actually wrote that song. Same backing band that played with Otis Redding and all them people at Stax Records in Memphis. Kenneth G says one can possess talent, but without the soul, the music just notes on the page. That's true. SD says, get up and do your rock and roll exercises. Right. Ordway says, remember, when you can, ZZ Top said. I can do some LaGrange for you, probably.
About that shack outside the cranes, what I'm talking about. Let me know you wanna go to that home out on the range. Got a nice girl, son. Have mercy. How, my hair is fine. You got the time. And that tender get yourself in. My hair is time. Most every night. Well, now I might be mistaken.
That right there was some ZZ Top with just a little smidgen of Freddie King thrown in there. Scott Whitaker says, my wife just bought your album off of Bandcamp and how to proof bourbon, and you plan our king. I'm smiling. Thank you. How do you look at your text before? Well, appreciate you buying the album, man. Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it when y'all buy my stuff. Kent Kearney says, Soulshine Greg Allman. That's not one I know. I know the song, but I don't know it. Not Visible says Allman Brothers. And he says, go, go, go. Born Joker says, lead and rhythm. Yeah, I kind of play shit with my thumb. You know, I kind of learned that from Hendrix. Rojack says, can you make lessons of your covers? I mean, I can show people how I play them, but it's probably different from the record. Like, I don't play shit note for note. Born Joker says, hot damn. It don't get no better than that. Appreciate it. Kent Kearney says, need a shot after that. All right, we'll do one. Ron says, hey Ed, why did Jimi Hendrix count the fret to start with on stage before every show? Count the frets? I never heard of him doing that. He might have done that. I'm not really sure. I'll tell you what, we'll do a shot here. What do we got? Okay, we got some Johnny Walker Red Scotch. And we got a bottle of London Beefeater Gin right here. Y'all tell me. Just gin or Scotch. And while y'all vote, I'm going to step outside and take care of a little bit of man business. Born Joker says OCD. It might have been. Like Hendrix, he didn't seem like a guy with OCD. Kind of like a carefree type of guy, really. I'll be right back.
Too fast when you're trying to say goodbye, but it goes so slow when you're grieving that they died. Time is right.
See, Kenny says Scotch. Scott Whitaker says Johnny Walker. Matt Evans says Scotch. Also, howdy. What's up, man? Howdy. SD says beat your asses to it. Whoops. Kent Kearney says I'm drinking Johnny Walker White. But what is Johnny Walker White? Oh, Johnny Winter White. I think he was making a pun there, a joke there. Yep, Johnny Winter and his brother Edgar are very, very white guys. Albinos, I believe. Ron says he counted them out loud. So strange. Yeah, I never heard about that about Hendrix. Dave Whitley says, yo ho, pirate's life for me. Born Joker says, I would have thought so either, but I don't know anything about the man really, talking about Hendrix. Ken Gray says, no fret markers under the neck. Well, he played a Strat. They got fret markers. Ron says Scotch. Okay, I guess Scotch wins that one. Where's that Scotch?
Ain't nobody got that much to spend.
All right, Johnny Walker. Good stuff. Like you want to like buy Scotch and don't have Scotch money, like you buy some Johnny Walker Red. Or some famous grouse or something like that. Ron says he would count to his starting position like he didn't know. I think he was trolling people. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I have to look that up. Scott Whitaker says Johnny and Edgar Winters, Tobacco Road. I'd have to learn that one. SD says he had really long thumbs. Yeah, oh, yeah, Hendrix did. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of how I got into the habit of playing with my thumb, like just learning Hendrix growing up. Ken Gray says he played a right-handed guitar, left-handed. That's true. He actually preferred the whammy bar to be on top like that. Like if he preferred a left-handed guitar. I mean a right-handed guitar like flipped upside down. They had left-handed Fenders back then. But here we go. Cheers, Prost, Skull, L'Chaim, Nozdrovia, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch. The Blues Rocker says, damn, didn't know you were on tonight. How'd your gig go? It went pretty good, you know. It's a typical kind of bar restaurant gig last night. Ken Gray says, no fret markers under the neck. Ned Evans says, Ed, you played drums on your album, right? Have you played drums in bands? No, I wouldn't be a drummer. Like I'm not that good at drums to play for a band and like improv, all kind of shit. But yeah, I did play drums on the record. SD says, I can hold an M9. That'll make my hand numb after a minute. Blues Rocker says, wife tag along? Nah, she don't really go to the gigs these days. Like she went to some like years ago and stuff. SD says, I'm really trying hard to keep it under the neck. Matt and Blues Rockers, if y'all are just joining us, I encourage you to go back and look at the beginning of the video. It was like a special announcement at the beginning of the video. Y'all really need to see. Blues Rocker says, need to tell her to dance for you. She don't really dance. Ron Swanson says, when I was a little kid, the older guys always said that Hendrix got used to the whammy bar up there because the first real electric his parents bought him was a right-handed guitar. I think I saw like a really early picture of him with a Dan Electro. But I don't know if it had a whammy bar on it. SD says Angel's a blues song, and Drifting. That's some Hendrix songs. There's some later Hendrix songs. And Ron says, yeah, public service announcement for the show's new direction. Ron says, could be an old wives' tale. Yeah, I always heard like he just preferred the whammy bar to be on top. Like he got so used to playing like those right-handed guitars like flipped upside down. I've been playing that fucking that old PRS live a lot lately, like with the Floyd Rose on it, and so I've got like access to a whammy bar now that doesn't go out of tune. And so I use that whammy bar constantly. It's like like every song, I end the song, I go, wow! Probably drives people crazy. SD says Jimmy dabbling in art rock. But he always was kind of art rock, or very psychedelic when he started. Scott Whitaker says SRV put a left-handed whammy bar on his #1, so it was the top like Hendrix. Yeah, I never noticed that. I have to look at that. Dave Whitley says Wellerman official music video by the Longest Johns. Ron says fret markers don't matter to an experienced guitar man. You just feel it. Wait, this fucking bastard here. This Martin, like it's got some dots like up along here, but no dots on the fretboard. So yeah, kind of have to pay attention when you're playing it. Ordway says, how about a set with history, popular versus originals? If I can come up with one. Blues Rocker says Elton John, he saw the beginning of the video. Yeah, the beginning of the live stream here tonight, I played the most authentic blues song ever written. The most down and dirty, down home blues song ever done. Matt Evans says, I just skipped back to watch the first bit of the video. I threw up a little. Trolling my own audience, man. SD says, if you don't need fret markers, play the fiddle. Right. I can't play the fiddle either. I got one. I got the same fiddle I got for Christmas when I was 5 years old from J.C. Penney. Blues Rocker says, did you see the Robert Belfour video I sent you? I have to check my email, actually. I'll check that out. That's some hill country type stuff there. George Ordway says, back from the beer store. Cheers. What's up, man? What kind of beer did you buy? Blues Rocker says, instrumental. What y'all got for me here? Frank Morgendorfer says, Reginald Dwight, aka Elton John, abuses the blues. I guess that's why they call it the blues. Time on my hands. Kenneth G says, just watched the intro, laughing my ass off, actually like Billy Joel. I just wasn't honestly not Californication. That would have been a good one. SD says Sonny Boy on the harp, Prairie Harp. Yeah, Sonny Boy Williamson, the second and the first. And I cannot play a damn harp to save my life. Like I got a couple of those, and yeah, never learned to play them. Kent Kearney says Willie the Wimp. That's a SRV song. That's one I don't know, actually, though. I'd have to learn that one. Blues Rocker says, mowed the front and side yard today. Need to hit the back tomorrow. I hate mowing. Oh, God, I hate that shit, too. It's like the fucking trimming's what I hate, like with the damn the weed eater. Like, that's the part I hate. It, like, fucks with my back and stuff. The lawnmower ain't so bad. Matt Evans says, awesome version of LaGrange, Ed, but I'm slightly disappointed you didn't play the original first lick from the solo. Do you know the one I mean? Aggressive bend, then a descending pentatonic run. Yeah, it's been so long since I heard it. Like I don't think I remember the first lick of the solo. I just kind of improv it. The blues rocker says jaw harp and a jug. I believe I got a jaw harp in here. Let's see if I can find it. I got a jug too. Where's that damn juice harp? Have I lost it? Somewhere in the drawer here. I kind of lost it. Oh, here it is. This drawer is filthy. I'm probably gonna die from playing this thing. Yeah, an old Jew's harp here. Hey, I would get the jug too. It's my dad's old corn liquor jug with a corn cob stuck in the top. All right. See if we can do this here, both at the same time. Need some liquid in it, like tune too low. Fuck. It's tuned low. Anyway, yeah, some like jug band shit, I guess. The filthy juice harp. Kenneth G says, let's see, sad thing is I like the blackened catfish from Cracker Barrel. Now it tastes like tuna. Haven't eaten there in a couple of years. Need to hit it up one more time before they take all the fucking antiques and shit out. Ordway says it's a mouth device. SD says an analog drummer is so much better. Blues Rocker says chicken train, haha. Basil Tiffany says ASMR. Ron says takes me back to the good, the bad, and the ugly there. The old Eastwood movie, Clint Eastwood movie. Taylor Langley says makes me want to fuck my cousin. Ron says cool. Matt Evans says is that the sound from the spaghetti westerns? Maybe some of them. You know, the old hillbilly jug bands and stuff like that. And Memphis jug bands. SD says bend a note. Ron says, can you whistle? No, that was kind of the joke about me when I was younger. Like, yeah, this fucking Ed can play like every fucking instrument and can't whistle. I cannot whistle. Can't do it. Scott Whitaker says, Briscoe, darling, you ain't, but I commend you for trying. Blues Rocker says, need a shirt that says chili dog. I like my old Roddy Piper shirt here. George Ordway says, never seen them done at the same time. Kind of hard to do them at the same time. SD says, can't do they on a peener. Kent Kearney says, when I hear that harp, I'm prompted to put my chastity belt up for sale. For my put on my chastity belt for my ass. Talking about deliverance there.
Somebody playing the banjo.
Matt Evans says, is Kenneth G on this stream the real Kenny G? I mean, yeah, jazz legend right there. I mean, right up there with Louis Armstrong. And hell, Kenny G dubbed himself into a Louis Armstrong song. Shit. Damn Kenny G. Scott Whitaker says, whistling's overrated. I'll take the flat top, man. Yeah, right. Ron says, my wife can break eardrums with her whistle, and I sound like I'm trying to blow out candles. Blues Rocker says, They Live wasn't a movie, it was a documentary. Roddy Piper, that's a quote from him. Yeah, he's like, I'm here to kick ass and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum. Kenny G says, LOL, I get that a lot. Ron says, squeal. Matt Evans says, Ed's dream supergroup is Elton John, Phil Collins, and Kenny G. Yeah, that'd be fun, yeah. Some of the bands I've played with, I'd kind of prefer those guys, actually, but... I do love Elton John, though. I saw Elton John a few years ago. SD says, my pops was an elegant whistler. Ron says, around here we say, I'm here to drink beer and kick ass, and I just ran out of beer. Get me a beer, actually. SD says he was the Frank Sinatra influence. Scott Whitaker says, can you play Elmore James? Yeah, I can play some Elmore James for you. All right. Good to get a blues request every once in a while. Let me see here. Taylor says, Phil Collins and Kenny G with Lil Wayne on guitar. Oh God, no. Yeah, I heard that guy's guitar solo. Yeah, Lil Wayne. Ugh. Ordway says, it was in a concert, crowd collapsed and had everyone around me hold their eyes because it was going to be loud. Whistled for help. Let's try Shake Your Moneymaker.
Shake your money maker. Shake your money maker. Shake your money maker. Shake your money maker. You gotta shake your money maker around. I got a girl who lives across the hill. I got a girl, she lives across the hill. Don't know she loves me, don't believe she will. Gotta shake your money maker. Shake your money maker. Shake your money maker. Shake your money maker. You gotta shake your money maker.
Elmore James right there, kind of a proto rock and roll song, I might call that. He did play an acoustic too, just had like a kind of a fucking electric guitar pickup like stuck in the hole. Ron says, smells like fish, please. All right. SD says, mom's was Eddie Arnold, the old country singer there. He had like kind of a fucking uptown type of sound. He says, rolling along with it. SD says, if there ain't no beer in heaven, I ain't going. Yeah, like 2 questions about heaven. Yeah, do they have alcohol, and can I take my dick with me? Right. Ordway says, holding the ears, got attention, had the collapse signal if anyone was injured. 14 were, including my date. Like what fucking collapse at the concert? That's crazy. Scott Whitaker says, Moneymaker, great choice. Snap-on or Craftsman never sounded so good. God almighty, Ed, you rock. Let's go. Appreciate it, man. SD says, you can construct a hot country song around like any random cliche, probably. Sebastian says, great job, man. Sounded mint. Appreciate that very much, man. SD says, you play very well. Appreciate it, dude. Alrighty, let's see. Let's do some Piedmont blues here, as requested by Ron Swanson. Coors Banquet. All right. Where did that damn where did I put that fucking thumb pick? It's not the one I want, but I'll use this one. Okay. Take one more look for it. Oh, here it is. A little bit of Piedmont blues from North Carolina right here by Blind Boy Fuller.
What's that smell like, fish, mama booty, if you really wanna know? What's that smell like, fish, mama booty, if you really wanna know? Smell like Sonny, then ain't no can, it's the same damn thing you chunk the other man with. What's that smell like, fish, mama booty, if you really wanna know? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like, fish, mama booty, if you really wanna know? What's that smell like, fish, mama booty, if you really wanna know? Smell like pudding and it ain't no pie, it's the same damn thing, you know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like, fish, mama booty, if you really wanna know? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like, fish, mama booty, if you really wanna know? What's that smell like, fish, mama booty, if you really wanna know? Make you weep and it'll make you moan, it's the same damn thing, made me leave my home. Well, what's that smell like, fish, mama booty, if you really wanna know? Booty, if you really wanna know.
Blind Boy Fuller right there, some Carolina blues. Kind of my neck of the woods there. Samurai Bound says, love the hat. Thank you for keeping those old ditties alive. I appreciate that, man. SD says, the two-step is the superior rhythm, in my opinion. King Trump says, we're in the Piper's Pit right now. Right, yeah. Got the fucking Roddy Piper shirt on. He says, Pootie Tang. Ask me again, I'll tell you the same. Ron says, welcome to the joke joint. Juke joint, he corrected himself. We kind of did have a joke joint tonight. Just go back to the beginning of the video. Check out the beginning of the video if you're just joining us. Like, yeah, a little public service announcement there. Bourne says, joking with joints. Ron says, fuck yeah. Ordway says, I wish Ed knew Alice's Restaurant. That's a funny tune. A lot of lyrics on that one. King Trump says, but tonight I'm going to crank it up. Yeah, King Trump, go back to the beginning of the video and check that out. You might get a kick out of that. Poodle Strudel says, hey Ed, do you have an opinion on George Thorogood? I think he's pretty cool, and he got me into slide guitar, but I know he's kind of not respected. I mean, I was never a big listener, but he was pretty damn good on the slide. I did have to cover some of his stuff in certain bands and shit. Yeah, very good guitar player. Resuscitato says, my son just said you're a cool-ass wizard. I appreciate that. Cosmic Sunbeam says, Roger Daltrey is 81 years old. God damn. Talking about the singer of The Who there. Taylor says, you know any Pink Floyd? Not all the way through, really. Not anymore. Steve-O says, about time for another shot. Might do one in just a second. All right. Scott Whitaker says, that's a timeless piece, man, and you do it. Well, I appreciate you, sir. Cool. Appreciate it. King Trump says, gonna check it out right now. All right. SD says, I missed the first hour dodging Chargers on the list. Matt Evans says, not really your wheelhouse, Ed, but any chance you know Fire and Rain by James Taylor? Don't really know it. Like, I know the song, but, don't really know that one. King Trump says, wow, you so cool, so different in the beginning. The SD says, Road Warrior. That was a good tag team back in the day. Dave Whitley says, The Forester. Look me a cigarette. Ron says, gotta check out the first 10 minutes of the stream. Yeah. So very important public service announcements there. Scott Whitaker says, I wouldn't turn down George Thorogood if you feel like it. Just don't really know any. I'd have to learn some. I mean, like the two covers he did, he did 3 covers that I'm very familiar with. Don't know the words to all of them, but he did "Move It On Over" by Hank Williams. He did "Who Do You Love" by Bo Diddley. He did "One Scotch, One Bourbon, One Beer" by John Lee Hooker. SD says it's 3 chords. Hello. Ron says smoke break. Oh, I wouldn't turn down as a song. Okay, the SD says it's 3 chords. Yeah, don't know if I heard that one. Poodle Strudel says, any favorite Hendrix you'd like to play? Might be some Hendrix in just a second. All right. I'll think of one. Blues Rocker says, shake 'em on down electric. I'll do that too. SD says, Bo Diddley. Might do some Bo Diddley. Dave Whitley says, Smoky Bastard, My Son John. Don't think I've heard that one. Ordway says, I'd love to hear I Drink Alone. That's a thorough good song there. Ron says, Foxy Lady, maybe I can do that one. King Trump says, that rebranding was hilarious, Ed. LOL. Yeah, they're doing some kayfabe shit earlier. He says, Wendy, you're fired. Yeah, my fucking new manager, Wendy here. Sunbeam says, George Thorogood. Ron says, any gigs upcoming? Got an acoustic gig on the 12th of September. That'll be in the metropolis of Clearwater, South Carolina. A place called the Back Porch. Resuscitado says, what is a happy song you would like to turn into a blues song, Ed? Maybe Obla Di Obla Da, possibly. Main Dude says, friggin' awesome hot rod shirt, my dude. Oh yeah, you got the old Roddy Piper shirt here. Thank you for that, man. Blues Rocker says, ever play Get My Heart Back Together by Hendrix? He has a great electric guitar tune he does with that one. Was it that a bootleg? That's one I don't think I've heard of. Ordway says, history, original versus popularized. Yeah, we got a couple of songs coming up here in a minute when I smoke this cigarette. Dave says, Sarah Blasco, Spanish Ladies. Resuscitado says, well, blues can be happy, but like ultra happy songs, I don't know. Yeah, right. Scott Whitaker says, yeah, Wendy looks familiar and not in a good way. Yeah, just old fucking Wendy, my new manager. Yeah, that's her. Born Joker says, there any blues songs you can substitute guitar with the harmonica? Possibly. Ron says, Carol, I mean. King Trump says, oh yes, bring out the good shit, fellas. Blues Rocker says, I'll send you that one. Be looking for your email. It's badass. All right. King says, oh Lord. Resuscitado says, Obla Di Obla Da would be awesome. SD says, some fool always want blood on the streets. Ron says, Wendy hates me. I can tell by her picture. You know, she's kind of progressive and stuff. And, you know. We were just, you know, trying to take the show in a new modern direction and attract a wider audience and get rid of all these damn antiques and stuff. But King Trump says, this is the good stuff, Ed. Ordway says, background music available here. Yeah, it leaves a link to the Bandcamp. Y'all can pick up my CDs there. King Trump said, Lord, yeah. Let's do these requests here. See what they were. Shake 'em on down, like on the electric, and what else? Foxy Lady. What was the other one? Bo Diddley. Okay, yeah. He says, this is the best Ed song in my opinion. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Matt says, Ed, do you agree that music school is a bit of a scam? Loads of debt, and you usually end up working in Starbucks. Yeah, I mean, if you want to learn music properly, like classically, it's something to do. But I'll tell you what, like cruise ships. If you get a job on a cruise ship, right? Like they pay the trained people in the orchestra who play the sheet music less than they pay the guy playing acoustic in the bar. That's true. So I mean, you know, if you want to be a classical pianist, you'd probably go to fucking music school, but you're not looking at like a lot of money like doing that. Yeah. Let's play a little bit here. So he wants a shake 'em on down electric style. I guess the old hill country style. Let's tune this thing down here. Capo. Major Third says you can still rock out after you go to music college. Yeah, that's true. You know, have some student debt there. Find a good slide here. There we go.
Don't not kept mama, baby, and your gal here. Now the poor day we're gonna shake 'em on down, well now my style, love. Too much is added to me, baby, through the week, well, save these chili peppers some more. Rainy day, well, now my style, love. Ain't been to Georgia, baby, but I've been told, well, Georgia women got the best jelly roll. Well, now my style, love. Fix my supper, baby, go to bed. Well, this white lightning done gone to my head. Well, now my style, love.
CC Rider, what you done done? Well, caused me to love you now. Your man done come and how must I love? Do something to me, baby. Don't know what it is. Well, keep me drunk at that old whiskey still. Well, now must I love?
Some hill country style blues there from northern Mississippi. All right. We had a request for some Hendrix, some Foxy Lady. We'll do that one once I tune this thing back up. Kenny G says there's more platforms than ever to showcase your music these days. Fundamentals are good to know, but nothing beats playing from the heart. Take Ted, for example. Yeah, that's true. King says, Sir, the Carolinas. Damn it. Tangled up in cables here.
But I know you're little Hatmakers, Fox said. And I know you're sweet little love maker, Fox said. Gonna take you home, no. I won't do you no harm, no. Got to be all mine, all mine. Foxy lady. I see you down on the screen, yeah. Foxy. You make me wanna get up in a scream, Foxy. Made up my mind, tired of wasting all my precious time, yeah. Got to be all mine, all mine. Foxy lady. Gonna take you home, no. I won't do you no harm, no. You got to be all mine. Here I come, baby. I'm coming to fuck you. Foxy lady, yeah. You look so good. Foxy lady.
One written by Lil Wayne right there. All right, and we had a Bo Diddley request. I'll do let's see, Before You Accuse Me, I'll do that one. Let's do it electric.
Well, before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. Before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. You say I've been spending on all the women. You've been taking money from someone else. Well, I called your mama 3 or 4 nights ago. Well, I called your mama 3 or 4 nights ago. Mama said, hey son, don't call my daughter no more. Well, before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. Before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. You say I've been spending on other women. They can love someone else. Come back home, baby. Give my love one more try. Come back home, baby. Give my love one more try. Well, don't see you one time. You know I'm gonna lose my mind. Well, before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. Well, before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. Say I've been spending on other women. You've been taking money from someone else.
That was a Bo Diddley song right there that Eric Clapton covered, I believe. Okay, let me get some air conditioning going here. Taylor says Lil Wayne will go down as the greatest guitarist who ever lived in 100 years. You got it right, man. Damn straight. Jonathan Brammer says, can we request or is it a dono? Yeah, I'll take like certain requests if I know them and shit. You know, the SD says, you'd be going too early to early mass to have seen what I do. Dennis Troy says 44 watching, 70 thumbs up. Yeah, y'all hit that thumbs up button there. George Ordway says request away, no guarantees. SD says only the defunkified could not relate. Jonathan Brammer says cold was the ground, dark was the night by Blind Willie Johnson. That's one I'd have to learn. I was thinking about doing a video on him doing Motherless Children. Great slide player, like good early slide player. Taylor says, can you do Roadhouse? Might do that in a little bit. Ordway says, cheers, Ed. Blues Rocker says, 65 in Indiana tonight. Well, I am very jealous. Jonathan Brammer says, haha. SD says, could be. He says, I've been trying to nail that song for a while. Ron says, thanks, Ed. You were really cooking, brother. Appreciate that. Jonathan says, I'm an ex-metalhead that aged into blues and country. Hey, my first rock and roll band was Metallica. Shit. I was about like 9 or 10 years old. Blues Rocker says, I'd love to see the beer glass on your site. Can we look at that? Okay. Yeah, I'll show my my merch thing here on Etsy. If I can find it. Hang on. Alrighty. Yeah, we got some merchandise here for sale. I got the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass right there. Got a coffee mug, a t-shirt, and I got a pint glass, like a beer glass. Some stuff I got for sale on Etsy.com, link below. Appreciate it if y'all check that out. Scott Whitaker says, are you smoked it, brother? Time for a shot. Join me. Okay, we'll do a shot with Scott Whitaker. I guess he means, do I smoke? I smoke cigarettes, like not the funny kind. I haven't smoked a joint in like 15 years. Jonathan says, let's do it. All right. Crime on the collabs on the macabre says, I had the shirt in 1987. Rowdy Roddy Piper will never go out of style. Yeah, I kind of like that fucking 80s aesthetic, like with the shirt with the fringes on there and stuff. Okay, let's see what kind of shot we're gonna do here. How about just Scotch versus Irish? We got the Jameson's Irish whiskey right here, and we got some Johnny Walker Scotch. Y'all tell me, Scotch or Irish? Ordway says, it's amazing how close metal is with straight blues. Led Zeppelin original. Yeah, oh yeah. It's blues based, kind of. Like a lot of blues in early metal or proto metal. Blues Rocker says, I smoke weed, so Ed doesn't have to. Scott Whitaker says, no man, you smoked that guitar, killed it dead, and left it laying. Appreciate it, man. Ron says, welcome, Jonathan. He says, the hat is cool. That's a pimp hat I bought at an antique store, like about $20 I paid for it. No brand on it. Ron says Scotch. Taylor says Irish. Major Third says Scotch. Blues Rocker says Irish. So we're tied. Jonathan says Kentucky. I got some Kentucky somewhere, but might bring that out later. Taylor says, what happened to the spring water? Oh, it's over there. Dave Whitley says, Ted Nugent Stranglehold. Might do that one a little bit later. I know that one. Crime on the Macabre says, hey, Mr. Blues, I know this is a lame question, but I have to ask. Is there any colleges that teach the blues, music that is? Not the blues you get when you get the bill for college. I've never heard of a blues degree being offered. You can certainly study jazz at a lot of music colleges. There's one college that gives a bluegrass degree. I'm not sure if anybody has a degree in blues. SD says, I'm deep into mezcal, talking about the old tequila there with the worm in the bottom. Blues Rocker says, if the Walker was black, I'd choose the Walker. Ron says, Ed is into South Carolina. Yep, down here in South Kakalaki. Jonathan says, it's weird to switch from slam death metal to Robert Johnson slide. Hey, I heard a lot of that stuff, like, slam and, like, death metal type stuff. I came up through the punk scene when I was a teenager. Ordway says, blues, do I need to load my hitter? No, but I am. Steve-O says, Irish. Okay, that breaks the tie. We'll do Irish. Those of you who don't know, a slam is like a special kind of death metal. It's kind of more, I don't know what you'd call it, more sludgy or something. Like when the guys sing, it kind of sounds like they're burping or something. Jonathan Brammer says, Dust My Broom might do that. Yeah, that'd be a good one to do. SD says, Stranglehold requires loot. Dog eat dog. Taylor says, Berkeley School of Music. That's a big one there. Scott Whitaker says, remind me, Ed, what are your majors? I know you're smart. I did math and computer science. Yeah, decided to get into STEM. I could have got a music degree, but I went for STEM. Poodle Strudel says, Ed, can you do something lap style, struggling with finger glass, and it's like to know how you handle it. Like a guitar on the lap, you mean? I can probably do some damn, what's his name, Charlie Patton a little bit later. Crime says, very funny. It's like every community college has a class in classical guitar and jazz guitar. Nothing for the blues. It's a crime. Ron says it sure is. And Jonathan says, exactly, burping, talking about slam metal. Ordway says, spend the money on a good teacher. Skip the college if you have a background. Ron says society sucks. Let's see. Kelly T says, because you can't teach the blues, you feel the blues. These are like certain types of music that are very improvisational, kind of like flamenco. Like I don't think they have a degree in flamenco anywhere. Like you have to study under some kind of master or something like to play flamenco and shit. SD says the beautiful people, talking about some Manson there. All right, here we go. Cheers, Prost, Skull, L'chaim, all that good stuff. Nozdrovia, right down the hatch with some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Jonathan Brammer says, I just got a Boss RC5. I've been enjoying improv over loops. Yeah, I never had a looper. Never got to try one, really. I don't know. I just kind of like, I play in a 3-piece band, and a looper might help, but I kind of just do a lot of rhythm with my fucking thumb. George Ordway says, take lessons and get a liberal arts degree if you need one. Taylor says, check out Tomo Fujita. He's world renowned and does private lessons. He was John Mayer's professor and so many other famous musicians. He does blues. SD says, we'd had some guy Jay or something. Blues Rocker says, been into blues and bluegrass when I was 3 or 4. Also Elvis. But after my dad died, when I was 5, by the age of 6, sister got me into the Dr. Hook, and brother got me into Deep Purple. That's some pretty damn good bands to get into there. Jonathan says, it allowed me to play over the rhythm guitar in my head. And he says, it makes sense. Crime on the Lacob says, love the shirt. It's unwoke. Yeah. This shirt is very sexist and, fucking bigoted and just good old Roddy Piper. Very unwoke. SD says that he's being suggested. Jonathan says, amen. In fact, I just played Foxy Lady. That song is very sexist. I shouldn't have played that. SD says, Turnbow, I think. Blues Rocker says, know any classic Kiss? Not really, like not lyrically and stuff. I mean, I was never a big Kiss listener. Like some songs by theirs I like to hear when I'm drunk, like Cold Gin Time Again, like stuff like that. But I ain't got no interest in watching a bunch of goddamn clowns shoot fireworks, But my dad was like really into them and stuff. Crime says, so Chief may ask, what is your number one favorite guitar to play? The blues, electric and acoustic. Well, my favorite guitar, like right now, electrically, is the SG I got, the Gibson SG I got. My favorite acoustic guitar, probably this guy right here, the cheaper Martin. I got like a $2,000 Martin right there, and I got this cheaper one for like $400 or $500. Yeah, I kind of like this thing. It's let's see, Triple X1AE. Crime says, my favorite's a 1954 Strat clone. Still learning the acoustic. Blues Rocker says, Kiss Alive's a great album. Yeah, it was like kind of partially live and stuff. George Ordway says, if you're going into music, no math. Yeah, especially like drummers out there. Like, it would be cool if like more drummers could count to 4 and shit instead of like 3 3/4. Dallas Batchy says, well, yeehaw, everybody. May I join you in a 15-15 DOM Benedictine? Too late, gulp, no wait, sip. Now, that's how you drink DOM. How's Tricks, Ed, gang? What's up, Mr. Dallas Batchy? How you doing there? Scott Whitaker says, it's just music, man. Never say never. You rock that shit. Appreciate it. Ron says, Wokies aren't banned here. However, they don't get to censor anyone in the chat. Well, not moderation-wise, anyway. Taylor says, sacrifice the acoustic to Sgt. Pepper. If I ever get like a really crappy guitar I hate, I might sacrifice it to Sgt. Pepper. SD says, I wanted Jimmy, him all SRV. I played Foxy Lady a while ago. Jonathan says, I got a Gretsch G9420 Alligator. I got like a Gretsch Electromatic in the house there. Pretty good guitars. He says, but I play my crappy Stella more. An old fucking Sears Stella guitar. SD says, he taught me octaves. Ron says, I love Gretsch guitars. Yeah, got a good sound to them. Kind of low output pickups, but very good sound. Crime on the Collab says, may I ask, what is your favorite weed to smoke when you play blues guitar? Any particular strain? I don't smoke weed. I haven't smoked a joint in like 15 years. Like, I stopped smoking weed like way before all this, like these strains and stuff came out. So I couldn't tell you. Blues Rocker says, I need 4 fried chickens and a Coke. He's talking about that's a Blues Brothers line there, yeah. When they're in the restaurant with fucking Aretha Franklin. Crime says, Sergeant is a legend. Led Zeppelin and AC/DC used the SG. SG is a legend. So yeah, that's a great pick. SD says, never learned any Jimmy from him at all. Blues Rocker says, have you played Mystery Train yet? I can do that. All right. Ron says, I could go for that right now, Blues Rocker. You have 4 fried chickens and a Coke. And what was the other one? What did Dan Aykroyd order? Just plain white toast or something? Jonathan says, I also stopped in 2020. Taylor says, Jimmy's gravesite is just down the road from me. I go down there and jam out all the time out of respect. Damn, that's cool. Let's see you live in fucking Seattle. Ron says, some Blues Brothers always cheers me up. That's a good movie. Classic 80s movie. Don't make movies like that no more. Crime says, is there any particular year of the SG that you fancy? I know the 61 SG is actually called a Les Paul. Yeah, the one I got is a 61 reissue, actually, with the weird, like, whammy bar on it. Scott Whitaker says, add when and where's your next gig? 12th of September, it's an acoustic gig at a place called The Back Porch in Clearwater, South Carolina. Blues Rocker says 2 slices of dry toast. Yeah, that's what Dan Aykroyd ordered in the diner. And Ron says, yeah, toast, I think. Major Third says, do you know Matchbox by Carl Perkins? I can do that. All right. So we got a couple of rockabilly songs coming up. Ordway says, can you play your favorite Pink Floyd? I don't really know any Pink Floyd songs all the way through, lyrically and structurally and all that stuff. SD says, Al Green taught me dub. Johnny says, who do you love on the SG? Almost John Cipollina and Quicksilver Messenger Service. Matt Evans says, gotta go. Thanks for the stream. Well, we'll see you later, Matt. You have a good one, dude. Jonathan says, A Moon is Rising by John Lee Hooker. That's one I don't know. I'd have to learn it. Dallas Batchy says, my favorite channel, Edward, the Human Blues Repository, Phillips. Mate, got to remind yourself every now and then, mate, your contribution to blues and music in general is important and appreciated. I appreciate that very much, man. And Crime says, may I ask then, what is your favorite drink when you play the blues? LOL. Some kind of whiskey, I guess. Scotch or bourbon or something like that. Dallas Batchy says, Pink Floyd takes too long to get going. Like, Pink Floyd, for me, like, my favorite Pink Floyd is Syd Barrett, like the first album, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Everything after that, like, they kind of, like, got slow and serious and shit, you know. Let's do a couple of rockabilly tunes here. Some delay on here. Where's that fucking delay at? Oops.
That's alright, mama. That's alright with you. That's alright, mama. Just any way you do, that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Well, mama, she done told me. Papa done told me too. Son, that girl you're fooling with ain't no good for you. Now that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. I'm leaving town, baby, leaving town for sure. You won't be bothered with me hanging around your door. That's alright, that's alright, that's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Da da dee 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 dee. I need your love. That's alright, that's alright now, mama. Any way you do. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do.
A little bit of Carl Perkins by request. Some Matchbox Blues, originally written by fucking old Blind Lemon Jefferson back in the 20s.
I'm sitting there wondering, the matchbox hold my clothes. I'm sitting there wondering, the matchbox hold my clothes. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. No poor boy, a long, long way from home. I'm an old poor boy, a long, long way from home. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. Be your little dog to your big dog call. Let me be your little dog to your big dog call. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. Don't like my peaches, baby, don't you shake my tree. If you don't like my peaches, baby, don't you shake my tree. Get out of my orchard, leave my peaches be. Sitting there wondering, the matchbox hold my clothes. I'm sitting there wondering where the matchbox hold my clothes. Ain't got no match, but I got a long way to go. Sitting there wondering where the matchbox hold my clothes. I'm sitting there wondering where the matchbox hold my clothes. Ain't got no match, but I got a long way to go.
Yeah, some Carl Perkins right there. I used to fucking joke like next time I hire a goddamn band member, like I'm gonna fucking ask them if like they can name like 3 Carl Perkins songs, like to make sure they don't suck and stuff. It's a good test. Put the corn cob back in the liquor jug there. Southern Comfort says, Let's see. Good to see you, brother. GVW in the house. What's up, man? Vaucluse represent. Jonathan Brammer says, better than Spotify. SD says, Velvet Green. He's talking about a Jethro Tull song. He'd need about a 9-piece band to play that one. Major Third sent me $5 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, sir. I really do appreciate that. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all feel like tipping me, like the $sign at the bottom of the chat screen there. Kind of busking here. I don't put ads on these. Dallas Batchy says, Bobby J's song about when the train left the station. I actually played that one earlier. That was, yeah. Old Love in Vain, yeah. SD says, I found my freedom on Blueberry Hill. Dallas says, lead brakes are burning. SD says, sick fool. Jonathan says, Luther Perkins also sweet. Yeah, he played for Johnny Cash. Ron says, you should do that as a screening. Yeah, I thought about that. Like, name 3 fucking Carl Perkins songs. If you can't name 3, get the fuck out of here and don't play my band. Let's see, Dallas Batchy says, Sue Perkins is a neighbor of mine. Taylor says, could you do Catfish? Yeah, I can do that. All right. Blues Rocker says, Smoke Break. Probably in just a second. Dallas Batchy says, come on in my kitchen. All right. So we got one for Catfish Blues and one for Come On In My Kitchen. Some Delta stuff there. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. I'll be right back. And Dallas says, or sitting on top of the world. Okay. All right. The SD says, blue suede shoes. That's a Carl Perkins tune right there. SD says GTFO. Born Joker says well, he's got like a, I guess, a symbol for pissing or coming or something. Dallas Batchy says either. SD says, damn it, take your time, bro. Dallas Batchy says, come on in my kitchen or sitting on top of the world, huh? I'm trying. I certainly can be. Mwahaha. SD says, where are you at? I'm in South Kakalaki. Ordway says, Levy, both. All right. Sitting on top of the world. What was that first one? Catfish Blues. And yeah, I can possibly do Levy. Okay. Born Joker says, pissing, 'twas a pee joke. Kind of looks more cummy than pissy, but SD says Kakalaki. Yeah, that's the shorthand for South Carolina, South Kakalaki. And Dallas says, "What's that? Smells like fish." Did that one earlier. Let's do a couple here. Okay, the first one was Catfish Blues. Jonathan says, what tuning are you playing in mostly? You know, it depends on the song, like open G, open D, or standard. I guess D says South Carolina. Yep, it's South Carolina. You gotta retune this thing here. Damn it. There we go. Other thumb pick here. All right, some Delta Blues right here. By Robert Petway, one of the classics. When I turn my fucking background music off, Catfish Blues.
Last night, believe I'll take a stroll out west. Take a stroll out west. Take a stroll out west. Well, if I was a catfish mama, swimming down in the deep blue sea. Have all you gals, baby, putting out hooks for me, setting out hooks for me, setting out hooks for me. Well, I went to the church house, and I called on me to pray. Got down on my knees, baby, not a word to say, not a word to say, not a word to say, not a word to say. Well, I wrote a letter just to see my baby, who she thinking of. Little old thing, little old thing, little old thing, little old thing.
And let's see, a request for Sitting on Top of the World. It's one written by the Mississippi Sheets back in the 20s or 30s. Can't remember which one, but I do a finger-picking version of it. So it's a kind of a crossover song between, you know, Mississippi blues and country. Tuned here.
Was in the spring, one summer day, my baby left me, where she went away. she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Call me up down in El Paso, said come back daddy, well I love you so. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Don't come here running, holding out your hand. Got me a woman like you got your man. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Don't like my peaches, don't shake my tree. Stay out of my orchard, leave my peaches be. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Was in the spring, one summer day, my baby left me when she went away. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world.
Sitting on top of the world, kind of halfway Doc Watson style. And we had one for When the Levee Breaks, the original version, written by Memphis Minnie and Kansas Joe McCoy. Quite different from the fucking Led Zeppelin version. Let's do that. Where's my capo here? That's tuned enough, I guess.
If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. The water's gonna come and I have no place to stay. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. And all these people have no place to stay. Now look at it, mama, now what am I to do? Well, look here, mama, now what am I to do? Ain't got nobody to tell my troubles to. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. When the levee breaks, mama, keep that water away.
Well, I had a woman, man, and she wouldn't do for me. Well, I had a woman, baby, she wouldn't do for me. I'm going back to my used to be. Well, the mean old levy taught me to weep and mourn. Well, the mean old levy taught me to weep and mourn. Taught me to leave my baby and my happy home.
When the levee breaks. Scott Whitaker says, do you know Summertime by Abby Mitchell? That's not one I'm familiar with there. Dallas Betchy says, Ice Cold. Blues Rocker says, subscribe if you haven't already. We need to support those who play the blues. Yeah, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, all that good stuff. The thumbs up on there. Kind of helps me in the YouTube algorithm. Tanuj says, Red Blood Sound Dead 333. SD says, warned you. Crime on the Macabre says, I recently found a Hubert Sumlin by complete accident. Who do you think are the 10 most important forgotten guitar players of the blues? Well, Hubert would probably be one of them. He played for Howlin' Wolf. Let me think here. Lonnie Johnson probably kind of invented the guitar solo. No beer? Okay. T-Bone Walker. Big influence on pretty much everybody after him who played electric. Big influence on Chuck Berry and B.B. King and Jimi Hendrix. You see, 10, I have to think about it for a while to come up with a list of 10. Blind Blake, really good country blues guitar player. In fact, probably the best guitar player of the pre-war era. He's a good one to look up. The Blues Rocker says, how much is it to join your Patreon, Ed? Got a $5 level and a $10 level. And Dallas Batchy says, well, I'm going up the country. That's an old blues song from the 20s that old Can Heat covered. Ordway says, SD, any idea of who I am? Looking into you. Get some background music going on here. SD says, baby, do you want to know? Summertime and Child Living Easy. Blues Rocker says, need some Ed acoustic playing in the background. Might hit that one in a minute. Dallas Batchy says, I bet there's a Blind, a Sonny, or a Johnson in there. Yeah. Says Boom Blind. Blues Rocker says, what comes onto your Patreon? We got exclusive content, got ad-free videos, got MP3 downloads, early release, stuff like that. Jonathan Brammer says, his Patreon lessons. I thought about putting some lessons on there, but I haven't yet. Dallas says, can't get anything past you, Eddie. I love it. Resuscitado says, Ed, what comes first, notes or feel? Well, I mean, feel is like more important. People can play the notes, but if you don't have the feel, like you just sound awkward and stupid and shit, Blues Rocker says, you have a badass acoustic album too. I appreciate that. Dallas Batchy says, I got $5. $5. SD says, feel. Yeah, feel comes first. Dallas Batchy says, on Tuesday. Ron says, crushing it tonight, Ed. When the levee breaks was smooth. Appreciate that, man. Give me a beer here. Blues Rocker says, how do you explain the basic of hill country blues? Hill country blues is all about rhythm. They don't change chords a lot. It's just getting that kind of train beat they got, like that. Like it's weird things they do with their fucking fingers. Just kind of getting that train sound, I guess. That clackety clack, you know. Ron says shot. We'll do a shot. Okay. Let me see here. Let's mix it up here. I got a bottle of Hennessy VSOP cognac. Chinese bottle of it, actually. I don't know if you can see the back here. Got like Chinese writing on it. But yeah. Hennessy. And I got a bottle of London Beefeater gin here. Y'all tell me gin or cognac. Yes, D says, stop saying that about me. Resuscitado says, thank you for the answer, Ed. And SD says, no love, no hate, no I feel nothing. Ordway says 5. Let's see. SD says, click, clack. Ron says, how many have we done tonight, I wonder? I'm not even sure. Dallas Batchy says, how's the Maton guitar settling in, huh? Nah, just fucking around, but there's a reason I harp on it so much. I wish I could try one of those. I've never seen one here in a store. Like, probably have to get it off the internet. Ron says brandy. Blues Rocker says, did you find hill country hard to learn, or did your bluegrass background make it easy for you? Well, like finger picking like kind of makes the hill country stuff easier. It's there are some weird like moves they do, like in some of those hill country songs. It's very, very strange, like the way some of those guys play. Dallas Batchy says cognac. Born Joker says, oh, that's one hell of a choice. Blues Rocker says gin. Disarray says sup Riz. Dallas Batchy says, in my country, alcohol drink you. Doing a good old fucking Russian reversal there. Born Joker says, I choose another course. Resuscitado says, Disa moo. Disarray says, moo? Moo? What does moo mean? Born Joker says, cows. So I got a vote for cognac and a vote for gin. But 2 votes for cognac, so cognac's winning by 1 vote. Get them votes in there, y'all. Your vote counts. Ron says, will you do a ladies' man for us? Yes, I'll do the ladies' man with my Courvoisier right here. I wish I had a bottle of Courvoisier. I kind of like that better than Hennessy. Dallas Batchy says, Yakov Smirnoff said it. Ordway says, Ed, what happened to last week's session? I took it down. I fucked up like the first goddamn words of the first song I did on here. So I was like, I fucked that. I just took it down. Ron says, gets me every time. Dallas Batchy says, pimp voice. Any more votes here? Gin or cognac? Born Joker says, damn, that was a spot-on ladies' man. Hello, ladies. Damn, I still got this damn Coors here. I wasn't paying attention. Resuscitado says it's how Disa and friends say hi, Ed. Dallas Batchy says Pionk. We got another vote for Jen, so we're tied now. Vote for Jen from Kelly. So somebody break this tie. Let's see. Blues Rocker says American gin or Chinese cognac. That's the choice, people. What would you choose? Scott Whitaker says Leon Phelps, ladies man. Yep. Ron Swanson sends me Canadian $6.99. Says thanks, Ed. Well, I appreciate that super chat very much. Super chats are the life of the show. I do like it when y'all send me those. I'm basically busking here. All right, next vote gets the win. Gin or cognac? My damn hair's like coming out here. Dallas says, Nyack pimp. Wesley Scrabble says, y'all rule. Appreciate that. Wesley says Hennessy. Okay, Hennessy gets the win. Bottle of Chinese Hennessy here. Directly from France via China. And Resuscitado says cognac. Alrighty. Definitely got some caramel color in there. I can tell. A little bit too dark. Some scotches have that, like very expensive scotches have caramel color in them. SD says Cuervo was being good to me. And I was never a big fan of Cuervo. Never a big tequila fan in general. Here we go. Cheers. Nazdrovia, Skol, L'chaim, Slanta, Prost, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch. Here we go. Some Hennessy cognac. Wesley Scrabble says, a Silver Cuervo ran my life for a dope year. Scott Whitaker says, it's been fine, Mr. Ed. We're out. Have a good weekend. All right, Scott Whitaker. You have a good one, man. Jonathan Brammer says, exactly why I drink cheap bourbon. Dr. Pop says, Nick, Swamp, what's up, man? How you doing? Jonathan says, Evan Williams black or B.I.B.? Oh, I can't do no fucking Evan Williams no more. I puked on that shit a few times when I was like in my early 20s. SD says, I've been fighting with people on whiskeys. Blues Rocker says, not sure how good that cognac is, but my weed is the bee's knees. Hennessy's some pretty good stuff, but I do prefer my Courvoisier for the ladies. SD says on tequila, they have no chance. Yeah, tequila is like not something I generally buy. Like if somebody offers me a shot, I'll do it. Ordway says closing up the house, natural air here. I wonder if it's cool enough here to cut my air conditioner off. Dallas Betsy says, best vibe right here. True, that is therapy for me, honestly. I get a lot out of this because of the community's positive, friendly responses. Means a lot to connect like this. Cheers, brothers and sisters. Oh, cool. I appreciate that a lot, dude. Wesley Scrabble says, best thing about a JB tattoo is it might mean Jelly Belly. Right. Yeah, I got a jelly belly going on right now. SD says Evan Williams was not bad. I cannot drink Evan Williams, like not even on Sunday. Blues Rocker says Evan Williams makes me sick too. It's worse than Jim Beam, and that's rot gut whiskey to me. Yeah, like the fucking lowest I can go these days, probably a Gentleman Jack. Can't drink like regular Jack Daniels. I can do the Gentleman Jack. Ron says, we have a very educated whiskey palate here, LOL. That's true. One of these days, like, y'all keep paying me good, like, I'll get me a bottle of fucking Pappy Van Winkle, and we'll have some of that shit. Wesley Scrabble says, or John Brogerty. Dallas says, I'm on duty, so I'm out for a bit. Much love. See you. All right. You have a good one there, Dallas Batchy. He says, Jimmy Frendricks. Good wordplay there. Ron says, thanks, Dallas. I feel the same every week. Glad to have you, man. Wesley Scrabble says it didn't taste well, but the Macallan was a good gift to someone going to boot camp. Oh, talk about Macallan Scotch. Yeah, that's some good shit there. Yeah, like sometimes when I have like some actual money, like I'll buy a bottle of Macallan's whiskey. Dallas Batchy says, thanks, Ron, mate. Keep it up. Cheers. Wesley Scrabble says, however, Macallan is spelt. Right. I think it's, is it MC or MAC? And then Allen. Not sure. Blues Rocker says, American Calvert's whiskey is like the whiskey version of Coors. 70 proof, tasted watered down. I find that better than Evan Williams. You talking about Lord Calvert? I had a Canadian whiskey called Lord Calvert one time in a plastic bottle, about probably 20 years old, something like that, and I puked like the next day, like after I woke up, I puked. Scrabble says, a Bullet was the best for my taste buds. Bullet's a pretty good whiskey. I bought that one time, yeah. Blues Rocker says, never liked Lord Calvert's. That tastes like shit to me. Yeah, real Lord Calvert's. That's the bottom of the fucking barrel there. Ron says, Macallan's whiskey. Yeah, that's some good shit. Like a 12-year-old Macallan's. SD says, I shut the fuck up and played Get Fiddle. One of these days I might have some fucking Octomore money to try that shit. That's some expensive ass stuff. But they got that at one liquor store here. That's a smoky ass, like really expensive scotch. Scrabble says, my uncle built a Volkswagen drinking R&R. That's some Canadian whiskey there. He says, I respect most poison. Blues Rocker says, American Calvert's is just whiskey. Very, very watered down, but makes great whiskey and cokes for ladies. Get a goddamn bottle of fucking Courvoisier if you got some ladies over. Like, hello ladies, I got the Courvoisier right here. Ron says, for bourbon, the top three for me is 1, Woodford Reserve, number 2, Knob Creek, and 3, Maker's Mark. I would probably put Woodford Reserve at number 1. Number 2, yeah, Knob Creek probably be a good number 2. Also, 3, maybe Gentleman Jack Off, and but Maker's Mark would be a good one too. Actually, yeah. That's some pretty solid choices for just a good mid-range bourbon that won't like fucking burn you up and make you puke. Like Woodford's like a very good bourbon. Wesley says when Malibu Run came pre-mixed, it was all over. Oh yeah, talking about that goddamn that coconut bullshit. Yeah, I was in the bar like a few weeks ago, like probably last month actually, and I ordered a mojito. Right, a mojito is a Cuban drink. It's just made with just white rum and mint and sugar and stuff and carbonated water. And they put fucking Malibu coconut rum in that motherfucker. Like I was sipping it like there fucking coconuts in that shit. Like whoever mixed it like put fucking Malibu in there. That tastes like your fucking mom's tannin lotion. Born Joker says, I'm very picky when it comes to liquor. I could probably count on one hand the ones that I actually like. There's a lot of good ones out there. SD says, I drive a TDI feed head. Get to your location for C-Note. Ron says, laughing my ass off, Ed. I've done that on a lot of bourbon. Yeah, I mean, like, you get crappy stuff, like you'll puke like hell, SD says, Stedman's. He says, SOF 69. Wesley says, Blues Rocker says, love Maker's Mark. It's very close to Johnny Walker Black. Yeah, that's a real solid bourbon. Now, that Maker's Mark bottle back there that's empty now, it's like kind of a special one. It's called number 46. It's like some kind of special, like aged in some kind of French brandy cask or something like that. Ron says, mojitos are great, but coconut rum is a cruel punishment. I don't know why they put that in there. Like, I guess they had like a fucking like inexperienced bartender or something like that. Yeah, Malibu coconut rum in my damn mojito. I just kept drinking it like something's funny about this. Like, what the fuck? It tastes like fucking tannin oil. SD says 90 proof. Ron says they should have paid you to drink it. Blues Rocker says, ever watch any of those AI Bigfoot videos? I haven't seen those. Kelly says, a Malibu coconut rum, pineapple juice, coconut milk, pina colada, boss. I would say maybe like a lighter brown rum in a pina colada. Like a, what would you call it? Not like a dark rum, but like a golden colored rum. That's what I use in a pina colada. Blues Rocker says, do you own any Hill Country Blues albums? I wish I could find a good compilation of Hill Country Blues on record. That'd be cool as hell. See, Ordway says, I was a waiter and worked for a couple of the weekend political shows. Great money. Occasionally they would reference me as the man on the street. The producer would give me an envelope of hundreds. Shit. The man on the street for what? Right, I guess like tipping you hundreds for waiting and stuff, like doing the waiter thing, waiting tables. Wesley says 151 rum, pineapple juice, Malibu is Tech 9's drink, so I tried it, not so good. SD says I'm backing off with Cuervo. Yeah, that Cuervo kind of make you sick. Blues Rocker says Budweiser versus Hams. Probably Hams for me. Like at least Hams like won't give me a goddamn migraine. Wesley says Hams was good. Ron says I use amber rum for pina colada. Yeah, Appleton Estates or Havana Club. Yeah, like a gold colored rum. Like, yeah, goes good in a pina colada. Every now and then I get exhausted on beer and whiskey, and sometimes I'll make some fucking tropical cocktails. I fucking love Mai Tais and hurricanes and shit like that. Yeah. SD says you're a 12-year-old match. Resuscitado says, dude, some of these folks don't live in the 80s. Got to explain tanning oil. Yeah, okay. So, like if you're an 80s or 90s kid, your mom like used to have this brown plastic bottle of stuff with a fucking palm tree on the front, and it was tanning oil or tanning lotion, and she would like put it all over and lay in the fucking sun, and it smelled like coconuts. Wesley Scrabble says, we had a beer called Sasquatch by Olympia. It was 7%. Wonder what style of beer it was. Resuscitado says, this white boy was like Bob Barker. The Blues Rocker says, the Budweiser before the Born On dating was decent in the long neck bottles, but today 3 owners, it's just not good. I never liked Budweiser or Bud Light. The only time I ever purchased like Budweiser products was like the chick wanted it. Like, yeah, buy me some Bud Light. SD says I'm 400 millimeters in. And Kelly says Jose, Jim, and Johnny been friends for a minute. About Jose Cuervo, Jim Beam, and Johnny Walker. Jose and Jim I can do without, but Johnny works. The Blues Rocker says, ever listen to Frank Zappa and the Mothers? Yeah, good old Frank Zappa shit. Frank Zappa made a whole career out of just doing bullshit. It was like really cool stuff though. He kind of orchestrated the shit. Resuscitado says, yeah, you would literally put it on and lay in the sun. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They should have called it like skin cancer oil. Ron says, Kelly, if you like tropical drinks, Edward has a deadly hurricane recipe you should try. Yeah, back on a Mardi Gras, back in March, we made some hurricanes, for New Orleans. That's where it comes from. So yeah, go back and check out the Mardi Gras episode. I had some trouble with that episode because YouTube kept banning me for playing jazz from 100 years ago that's in the public domain. Resuscitado says, oh, noise, Ron. Wesley says, Old English 40 or a 6-pack of Ice House. Okay, that's a tough one there. They both suck, but Old English kind of gives me nostalgia for Eazy-E and stuff. Old E in my lap and it's freezing my balls. Eazy-E fucked up and got the 8-ball rolling. But Ice House, I used to drink that. I'd probably go for the Old English 40 ounce, just for the fucking old rap nostalgia. Ron says, I get along great with Johnny Walker, but Jim Beam hates my fucking ass. He tried to kill me once. Yeah, oh yeah. Tried to kill Hank Williams Jr. too, apparently. The lyrics, I have loved some ladies and I have loved Jim Beam. They both tried to kill me back in 1973. Resuscitado says, LOL, Ed, skin cancer oil. Ron says, it was actually older than 100 years old jazz. Yeah, it is now, yeah. About maybe 1915 or so, something like that. Yeah. Wesley Scrabble says, it was a trick question. The Blues Rocker says, Mitch Mitchell versus Ginger Baker. That's a hard choice there. Hendrix, my favorite artist from that era. And of course, Mitchell was his drummer. Ginger Baker played for Cream, and man, that's a tough one. Two totally different styles. The Mitch was more like fucking Elvin Jones, and Ginger played more straight. That's a tough one. I can't answer that one. Ron says ridiculous. Wesley says Old E for the win. Ron says, how's your family, Edward? They doing pretty good, what's left of them. Yeah, they just hanging out, My sister saw The Weeknd the other night in Atlanta. The guy I know nothing about, like a modern pop artist. Wesley Scrabble says, Ron rules. Blues Rocker says, Whiskey Bent and Hellbound, talking about a Hank Jr. song. Wesley says, Mitch on the hi-hats and Ginger on the toms. Ron says, cool. Wesley says, now I got to make a superhero half Mitch, half Baker. Just two very different drummers there. And I fucking do know one song that The Weeknd played. It's called "Blinded by the Light." Not the old Manfred Mann song. It kind of sounds like a fucking '80s new wave song or something like that. But yeah, my sister saw him at the same stadium that I saw Metallica. Now, like a guy I've never. I can't identify any song from playing in a football stadium. I mean, is he gonna be playing in football stadiums in 40 years? Probably not. Metallica's doing that 40 years after they came out, so longevity's kind of a thing to take into consideration. Blues Rocker says Clapton versus Frank Marino, 70s for both. Well, 70s, Clapton like started like not really playing solos worth of fuck, so I'd say Frank Marino, but 60s Clapton probably beats Frank Marino. Ron says, one day you have to dress like the Beatles and get your wife to be Yoko for Halloween show. I was going to do that last year, like for Halloween, and she fucking chickened out. Like, I was going to put that same fucking turtleneck on her and make her be Yoko Ono. And I was going to, like, dress up as John. She chickened out. Leslie Scrabble says that the weekend only plays on Tuesdays. I heard. Let's see. What day was that? That was a Thursday. They saw him on. Ian Lane says, "Tell me who's can top Rye Cooter in Law, Georgia." Rye Cooter was a good one there. Dr. Pop says Bonham, very good drummer. Worked for Led Zeppelin. You know, like if you put him in like a typical bar band, like he'd probably be too loud. He'd beat the fuck out of him. But yeah, one of the greatest drummers ever. Kind of helped invent metal. Ron says Frank Morons, hands down. It would be so cool. Blues Rocker says, love Bill Ward's drumming on those Sabbath albums. The debut album, though, Volume 4, Bill really shined. Yeah, he was self-taught, too. George Ordway says, man on the street was my... Ron Swanson says, stupid autocorrect, Frank Marino. So, he says a Frank Marino hands down in the 70s over Clapton. Yeah, I mean, Clapton kind of rolled over and started playing like, you know, pop music or whatever the fuck it was in the 70s. I kind of prefer like 1960s Clapton. Leslie says, whoever drummed for the band Heart? Not sure. Blues Rocker says, what's your favorite years of Alice Cooper, the original, like, old band, like back in the early 70s, like the Alice Cooper band? Ron says, because he was Canadian. Yeah. Frank Marino was Canadian. Yeah. He says, that doesn't hurt. Well, I saw a couple of videos of Oasis, doing their new tour now. Like, they got back together. That was kind of interesting. I saw that today. Noel Gallagher kind of looks like if Elton John had sex with Kim Jong-il, but he kind of looks old and dumpy and shit. And old asshole, old Liam, like he's looking okay. You know, got like a permanent bitch face like Liam does. Ron says, Cream Days, Clapton was better. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, my favorite Clapton is Cream. Dr. Pop says, Jimmy basically owned Clapton. Yeah, when Jimi Hendrix came to London, like a lot of guitar players, like including Clapton and Pete Townsend and people like that, were in their pants. Annoying Spore says, I just came across an old video of Nancy Wilson playing Battle of Evermore on the mandolin, sort of explaining the instrument. That's pretty cool. I have to find that myself, try that, look that up. Blues Rocker says, did you like the Alice Cooper tune Grim Facts? That's one I'm not familiar with, actually. Seen him 4 times in concert, too. Wesley Scrabble says, Heart's drummer might be my favorite. A buddy named Rocky I worked with during Curves told me was a cool dude. George Ordway says, Dealer's Choice, loving the talk and history. Might play a song in just a minute. We'll probably go to like 1:30. I can't wait to see the beginning of this this video here, like do a rewatch of it. Yeah, thoughts on Oasis, people. My mother, like, got obsessed with Oasis when I was in my 20s. I showed her a concert of Oasis, like, in about 2000, something like that. It's like, yeah, it's a pretty cool band, you know, you're okay. And she became obsessed with them. Like, she got every album they ever had and got every fucking bootleg they ever had. You know, because I showed them to her, and I was never like a dedicated, like, huge Oasis fan, but kind of liked them, and I was like, hey mom, check this band out, like, it's on TV right now, right? Wesley says Oasis is almost as cool as the Kardashians. They're cooler than the fucking Kardashians. But if you happen to not be from America, like if you're British or whatever, and you're watching, they showed the Oasis behind the music in America, and they actually had to put subtitles on there, like, so we could understand what the fuck they were talking about. Those guys are fucking unintelligible. Fucking cunt. Fucking. Let's see. Ron says Jimmy literally played Clapton off stage that night when Clapton invited him to play on stage with. Oh yeah. Like talking about like when they first brought Jimmy to town, he played with Cream on stage. Yeah, sat in with him. Yeah. Green says hello Ed and all the chats. Hope you let's see. Hope you all are having a lovely night / day. Hope that I didn't miss you jamming out, Ed. Oh yeah, I played a few. You know, you should check out the beginning of the live stream here. Had like a very important public service announcement on the beginning of the stream. Blues Rocker says, I gotta go for the night. Loved hanging out with you guys. Even Ron was willing to share his booze with me. Haha, peace from Indiana. All right, see you later, Blues Rocker. You have a good one. Ron says, I think that's the night when Clapton called him the N-word backstage in anger. Didn't hear about that story, damn. Wesley says, Wonderwall is it just was overplayed in Seattle. Yeah, it's overplayed everywhere, like an acoustic joints. Yeah. SD says, how was it? Let's see. Green says, true Ed, laughing my ass off. Wesley says, Champagne Supernova was okay. Yeah, that's a pretty big hit over here. Ron says, take it easy, Blues Rocker. Good company, man. Resuscitado says, much love, Ed and everybody. You checking out Resuscitado? Ron says, the Kardashians. And he says, why? SD says, I eat fools and they do the same for me. I just pity fools. Yeah, I seen them fucking new Oasis concerts today, like that fucking reunion tour, and it looked like them, you know. Some bitch was like standing there like this with his hands behind his back, like, now go let it out, go let it in, go let it out. And, you know, I play a Epiphone Riviera. I don't know any other famous person that plays one besides Noel Gallagher. Can y'all tell me a famous person who plays an Epiphone Riviera besides Noel Gallagher? Dr. Pop says, I've been trying to think of a better. Jimmy still comes up on top. Yeah, probably the greatest guitar player of all time, like at least electric. Leslie says Robert Cray, he was a good guitar player, good blues guy. Taylor says, fuck Wonderwall, play a bitch G.G. Allen and the gravity of them panties are going up. Yeah, I kind of do like G.G. Allen better than Oasis. But Green says also, thanks, Ron. Basil Tiffany says, yeah, he would have hard to one side. Ron says, he didn't say it to Jimmy's face. He said it to his manager. Talk about Chaz Chandler. SD says, jump back, kiss myself. Resuscitado says, I'm going to keep you on my dilly bop, but going to hang out with the fam. I thank you again, brother. All right, we'll catch you later, Resuscitado. You have a good one there, man. Ron says, they were good after that, though. And Resuscitado says, take care of Desiree, and I love you all.
Ain't nobody got that much to say.
SD says, madness. Ordway says, here's Nancy. Let's see, Nancy. Let's see here. Let's see what we got here. Nancy Wilson. Oh, okay, yeah. Taking a second to load.
Well, also I wanted to give you a little brief introduction here to the mandolin, as long as we're talking about acoustic instruments. It's sort of like a miniature 12-string in some ways, although there's 8
No brand on there.
strings, 4 double sets here.
It's called a lute.
But they're tuned together instead of octaves. And it's tuned like a violin.
True that. Yeah, mandolin, like exactly like a violin, but doubled strings.
Starting in G, and then D, and then A, and E. So it's kind of like that violin sounding thing. But it's a really fun instrument to mess around on. If you ever pick a cheap one up or something, you might want to.
Here's her playing. That's fucking a Fleetwood Mac, right? Or their heart. The heart, yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's see here. I would suggest y'all look up Bill Monroe for mandolin lessons. Let's see. My background music going on here. Annoying Sportsman, yeah, of course. Fifth tuning. Ron says no. Clapton told his agent something like, "What's that N-word doing? Who does he think he is?" Goddamn. so Clapton apparently was really pissed off when Hendrix came to town, but they got to be friends. Dr. Pop says bag puss. Green says that sounds beautiful. Ron says they were good friends after. Yeah. Ordway says Ed, he did that back in the day too. Annoying Sports says they did something really cool with it in that song, the minor notes. And Ron says looks very old. SD says the Queen of Light. Dr. Pop says Led Zeppelin did do good. They had some mandolin shit. Ron says I tried, but the tuning messes me up, same as the banjo. Yeah. The fucking tuning of a mandolin kind of fucks me up. Ron says she was a great guitar player. All right, let's fucking do us a song here. What do y'all think? Blues, rock and roll, what? We'll do a shot for the road after that, and probably get the hell out of here. Annoying Spore says rock. What do y'all suggest? If it's something I know. SD says I can't even play mandolin. I can kind of play one, like halfway. Ron says he was choked when he played him off stage. Yeah, like Hendrix, like coming to London, like fucked a lot of people up. Dr. Pop says Sandra Care. Like 4 strings. Born Joker says everybody have a great night. Will you have a great night there, Born Joker? Give me a song here. Green says, I play whatever you wish, Ed. I'm here for it. Love blues and rock. Ron says blues. SD says I got nothing. Let's do some fucking Crossroads. How about that? You know, my most famous song on the internet here. Find that damn capo. And the right fucking slide that I like for this song. Where'd that go? Ron says, how about some Big Bill? Okay, yeah, that'll be cool. All right. Can't find my slide anyway. Still need the capo. We'll do some Big Bill Brunzi, Key to the Highway. How about that? Okay, thumb pick. I got the key to the highway, built out bound to go. I'm gonna leave you running, cause walking is much too slow. I'm going back to the border where I'm better known, cause you ain't done nothing but drove a good man away from home. Give me one more kiss, mama, just before I go. Cause when I'm leaving here, I won't be back no more. When the moon peeps over the mountain, I'll be on my way. I'm gonna walk this highway until the break of day. Well, it's so long, baby, I must say goodbye. I'm gonna roam this highway until the day I die. I got the key to the highway, built out bound to go.
I'm gonna leave it running, cause walking was too slow.
Big Bill Brunsey. That chord progression for that song there was named after him. It's called the Brunsey progression, like it's 1-5-4. Beato. Green 81 says, friendly reminder to please remember to give a like, double tap your screen, and or sub to Ed. He appreciates all the support. I sure do. I sure do. Ron says, love this song. Green says, love that. Ordway says, Doors, the SRV. I'm probably about to get out of here. SD says, get down, try me. Green says, I like both, the Ordway. Ron says, anyone that wants to tip Ed before he goes, how's the time? He gave us a great show. Yeah, I would appreciate that. Throw a tip in the tip bucket, the super chat tip bucket, the $sign down there. Also take PayPal donations, link below. Let's do one shot for the road, and we'll play the Parton theme. Mr. Grateful Ed sends me a $10. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Play a little bit more background music. And Ron says $6.99 Canadian. He says Voodoo Child, please. Okay. Well, you super chatted me, so I'll play one more. All right. Actually, I've got my pedal board here. I've got to hook up my pedal board. He says, sorry, Ed, I heard you after. We'll do it. And while I'm playing that, we'll vote on some whiskey here. Let's see here. I got this bottle of Jefferson's Reserve right here. Pretty high proof stuff, 130 proof, Kentucky bourbon. And I got this bottle of totally legal Carolina spring water. Y'all tell me, spring water or bourbon? And let me hook my fucking pedal board up. Ron says, I do a shot of shine with me. Okay, well, since you just paid me and stuff, I'll do some shine with you. All right. Just, yeah, let me get this pedal board hooked up. Take me a second. I fucking didn't have all my electric guitar stuff set up because earlier today we tried to do the rebrand, and my manager here, pictures right here, told me that electric guitars are old fashioned, and so I didn't hook my stuff up. So let me get this thing going. Get it over here. Reach the fucking wah-wah pedal. Voodoo Chow.
Well, I stand right next to a mountain. I chop it down with the edge of my hand. Stand right next to a mountain. I chop it down with the edge of my hand. Pick up all the pieces and make an island. Might even raise a little sand. 'Cause I'm a voodoo child. Lord knows I'm a voodoo child. Take up all your sweet time, give it right back to you one of these days. Didn't mean to take up all your sweet time, give it right back to you one of these days. Didn't meet you no more in this world, I'll meet you in the next one. Don't be late, don't be late. 'Cause I'm a voodoo child. Lord knows I'm a voodoo child.
La
All right. Some Jimi Hendrix there, and I left the fucking background music playing. Sorry about that. Ron says, hell yeah. Green says, hell yeah. Appreciate that. SD says, you done right thing, my son. Brutal. Appreciate it. Green says, you rock it. Thank you very much. George Woodway says, Green, just rewind. Plus, he normally posted after the live, so you can check a minute out when the stream ends. Yeah, this one will probably... 808 Bear says, Ron Swanson, can we make a request besides the best Star Spangled Banner ever played? Thank you very much, man. Ron says, I know, right? 808 Bear says, clap, clap, clap. SD says, let's all commiserate. Jeez. Green says, thanks, Wardway. Definitely will check it out. Ron says, my head exploded. So let's see. What were the votes for here? Green says, very nice playing, Ed. Let me go back and look at the votes for the liquor, like the shot for the road here. We got a vote for bourbon. Don't see any more votes. What were the candidates here? Oh yeah. I fucking told Ron I'd do a shot of moonshine with him. That's right. I'm sorry. Totally fucking legal Carolina spring water. Ron says, you have that pedal dialed in, man. Appreciate that. One for the road here. Okay, some Carolina spring water. I cut that Univibe off. I still hear it humming. All right. Mr. Grateful says 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, 1 beer. SD says I'm so fucked up. Gotta learn how to handle your liquor, boy. All right, here we go. 1 shot for the road. Some Carolina spring water. Cheers. Nozdrovia, L'chaim, Skull, Prost. All that good stuff right down the hatch. .808 Bear 5 says, oh my Buddha. My first time here and I see Jack White playing homage to Hendrix all the while wearing a Hot Rod t-shirt. What universe have I entered? Well, welcome to the show, man. Hope you come back for the next one. The next one will be Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See you in the next one. Don't be late. And I guess we'll play the parting theme here. Ron says nothing beats pure spring water, and that's right, man. Liquid cocaine. Green says it was nice catching the end of your live stream, Ed, and all in the chat. Hope you all have a lovely day and night. He says cheers all. Well, Green, check out the beginning of the stream. Like, got a very important announcement at the beginning there, like a public service announcement for all of y'all. SD says I'm at least 3-1 on you fools. Ron says 808, don't miss it. Okay, let's cut the background music. We'll play the parting. Remember, you know, same bat time, same bat station. Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the normal time we do these. Like, if I ain't got a gig, like on a weekend night, like I'll play on a weekend night too. But usually Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Here we go. George Ordway says, still work. Great suggestion. Great job, Ed. Springwater. Ron says, if you were 3-1 on Ed, you might have had over 49 shots. SD says, I ain't Batman. Let's see. 808 Bear says, clap, clap, clap. I've had that a few times. SD says, maybe I am. A Green says, sweet. And Ron says, thanks, Ed. All right, I'm going to get the fuck out of here. Probably see y'all Wednesday night. Remember, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we'll see y'all later.